These include 400,000 bunches of cassava stem, 5,350 units of solar power water pumps, 2,500 units of power tillers, 1,550 units of multipurpose threshers, 100 units of tractors were distributed to the zonal offices in the state. And these tractors were very minimal amount was charged for the farmers, from the farmers. 40 units of tractors were distributed to farmers free of charge across the 17 local government of the state. 20,000 numbers of goats were distributed to women across the 178 wards of the state. 180,000 bags of fertilizer, NPK, was procured and sold to farmers at 50% subsidy. We will do more and more in years to come, inshallah. As we gather here at this important summit, I urge all the stakeholders, government, private sectors, researchers, and our hardworking farmers to work together in advancing climate-smart, technology-driven, and inclusive agricultural practice that will safeguard Africa's food system for generations to come. On behalf of myself and the good people of Yobe State, I commended the organizers of this very important summit, that is the Sterling Bank, who are also the major promoters, and also the participants of this summit for their commitment to advancing African agricultural agenda. May the deliberations here lead to the practical outcomes that will help Africa reclaim its rightful place as a global food powerhouse. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
That was the very distinguished Honorable Garba Tahir Osman, the Permanent Secretary, Agriculture and Natural Resources, Yobe State, who is standing in for the very distinguished His Excellency, the Governor of Yobe State, the Honorable Mai Mala Boni, CON. So the next goodwill message will be taken from the Vice Chairman of North Takaful Insurance Limited, the pioneer and leading composite Takaful insurance firm in Nigeria. He's a seasoned finance professional with nearly 3 decades of experience in leadership, strategy, and Islamic finance. Please, if your hands are not too busy, please welcome with me Alhaji Aminu Tokar as he comes to speak to us.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stand on existing protocol. I'm going to give a very short goodwill message. We're here to actually appreciate the efforts of the Sterling Bank Group, Sterling Holdings. Nur Takaful has worked over the last 7-8 years with Sterling Bank. More recently, we worked closely with the Sterling Bank Agric department, and we're very proud of what they have been able to do over the last few years. I think our relationship was firmly established just around the COVID period, where we reached out to them, or they reached out to us, and they said, look, they needed to have more sustainable, affordable, and ethical risk management solutions. And over this last 5 years, we've been able to have fantastic risk management solutions, which has crossed across a number of their customer base. We're proud to be part of the summit here today. We've been part of this partnership for a number of years. Today and tomorrow, I know a lot of discussions are going to be had about how to grow the agric industry. One of the things that will always be mentioned is how to de-risk agric in Nigeria and across Africa as a whole. But we always find out, what does de-risking of agric or financing mean to the small-scale householder farmers? It means nothing to them. All the farmer wants to do is to survive. All the farmer wants to do is to have something at the end of that 3 months or 6 months to ensure. So what we need to do, or what we partly need to do in this room here, is to see how we can have more impact to the small-scale farmers, who are actually the backbone of agric, not just in Nigeria, but across Africa as a whole. Nutakafu will continue to work with partners, government, to see how we can provide affordable, and I keep on saying affordable because you find out that the small-scale farmer cannot afford that 5, 6, 7% that typically insurance companies are perceived to charge. So what we need to do is to have sustainable and realistic solutions to that. So once again, congratulations to the Sterling Bank Group, congratulations to the partners, and we look forward to having fantastic conversations at this event. Thank you very much and have a good morning.
Thank you so much, sir. That's the end of the goodwill messages. And now we're going to the special remarks. Allow me to invite the MD of Sunbeth Global Concepts, who is Mr. Lasukomi Oyemi, who is ably intelligently represented here by the Deputy Chief Operating Officer, Ibukun Opeke. Please, can we give the individual a round of applause as she comes to speak to us?
Good morning, everyone. Permit me to stand on all existing protocols. My name is Ibukun Oluwa Opeke, Deputy Chief Operating Officer at Sunbeth Global Concepts. I bring you warm greetings from our Managing Director, Olasukomi Oyemi, who is unavoidably absent today. He sent his warm regards. It is a great pleasure to welcome you all to this important gathering of visionaries committed to shaping Africa's agricultural future under the powerful theme, Survival of the Greenest, Reclaiming Africa's Food Destiny. This theme couldn't be more timely. Across Africa, the urgency to build food systems that are sustainable to protect the food security of our people has not been greater. Africa holds a vast promise of arable lands, favorable climates, and a dynamic, useful population. These are not just statistics. They are building blocks for transformation. Yet, potential alone is not enough. As our population is set to double by 2050, the gap between food supply, production, and demand is determined to widen. According to the World Bank's data, over 800 million Africans were food insecure in 2024. This is set to increase by over 300 million in the coming years. These figures remind us of the abundance without efficiency, innovation, and collaboration. This is why this summit matters. Over the next 2 days, we have a unique opportunity, not just to discuss challenges, but to design solutions. Let us explore pathways to modernize farming, strengthen infrastructure, unlock financing and technology, and green-scale innovations that will define the next chapter of Africa's agriculture. Let this summit be more than a meeting of great minds. Let's launch bold ideas, strategic partnerships, and collective actions. The true measure of success will be the commitments we make and partnerships we forge beyond these rooms. As co-conveners, Sunbeth Global Concept is proud to stand alongside Sterling Bank and other key players driving transformation of African agriculture. Our participation reflects our deep commitment to sustainability, innovation, and the value creation across agro-commodities value chain, from farmers to global markets. Allow me at this point to express our sincere appreciation to the summit conveners, sponsors, and partners whose dedication has brought this event to life. Your commitment to advancing agricultural agenda in Africa is both commendable and inspiring. Before I close, I warmly invite you to our stand, Sunbeth Global Concept, outside. There, our team will share insights on the innovative ways we have, we are driving the agro-commodities business in the cocoa sector, from processing to backward integration to logistics, and to empowering smallholder farmers, not just as a supplier, but as solution-driven partners for sustainable growth. As we proceed, let us not leave this summit without a roadmap to collective action. I leave you now with a short video showing our impact in the cocoa sector with testimonies from our community and smallholder farmers. Thank you, everyone.
Every cocoa bean carries a hidden story of families, of sacrifice, and too often, of children denied their right to childhood. But in Agric, we found a different story unfolding. One where women rise as community leaders, where farmers say no to child labor and yes to education, where clean water opens doors to dignity. At Sunbeth, we believe that when communities lead, change becomes unstoppable. This is their story. This is our shared journey towards a better future.
As I told you, Sunbeth, but through my husband, because they want see woman, help woman. Then I go earlier, feed they train us for meat, fish roll, donuts, chin, they teach us 5 days every day. They Sunbeth to try all the food they chop for them, and Sunbeth give us all the money transport going and come back, and Sunbeth and give us the fellow Sunbeth to pay. Kì í ṣiṣẹ́ kékeré náà kọ́ wa. Ìgbà tá a lọ kọ́ iṣẹ́ yìí. Tàdébọ̀jọ́ kan kọ́ wa gbogbo kọ́tà dẹ̀ mọ́ ní fún àwọn náà náà produce wọn náà kò fún wa kò sí lè ta fún wúrà ń bẹ̀ gbogbo kọ́tà need náà supply wa kò sí kọ́kọ́ ta fún wúrà ń bẹ̀ so owó yìí láti gbà yín dẹ̀ wà lọ́wọ́ mi tí mo fi ń ra flour. ìgbà tá a tí ì lómi náà pé wa ètè àwọn bẹ́ẹ̀ni Sunbeth dì fún wa lómi a sọ́fà omi níbí ọ̀nà omi wa dẹ̀ jìnnà láti lọ́pọ̀ omi dẹ̀dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ náà pé omi náà ó dùn ó dẹ̀ fún ọkàn wa dẹ̀ balẹ̀ láti gbà yẹn.
Just one day they just call me say they wan come dig water then bring this their daily motor they start to clean am I never believe not until dem couple everything water come surplus we are about 27 camp at this level government 27 everybody is benefiting the water.
Since when Sunbeth come with dem cash me say I carry my pikin wey no reach 18 up to 18 or 20 years that I carry dem give dem cutlass go help me to do farm I will go in trouble.
Wey some people go just carry dem pikin dey use their car and dey go farm but as time goes on we dey partner with Sunbeth dem let us know many things about child labour. Before as I enter I go see some students wey no dey go school education is very important. Even if you want the future generation to invest inside into cocoa, at least let them have education. When I have children, 2 graduates, when somebody invited us to continue child labor, and we are not here to educate them to the effect of child labor. So as if you want to use any of child, so I think 18 of
The story of cocoa can be a story of hope, and together with the communities we serve, Sunbeth is making it so because real change begins when we choose to see and act.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we give Sunbeth Global Concept a round of applause? They're changing lives across the length and breadth of Nigeria, situated in Akure, and also they are also taking their CSR part very, very seriously. Please, once again, can we give them a round of applause, please? Our major partners for this summit. Just before we go into a short break, allow me to invite this wonderful cultural group. As you all know, music and dance is the food of love, according to William Shakespeare. So, enjoy this beautiful dance from Magic Steppers Cultural Troupe. Please, can we give them an applause before they hit the stage? Once again, if your hands are not too busy, can we give the Magic Steppers Cultural Group a reverberating applause, please? Thank you so much. Right now, we come to the exhibition expression, and while that is going on, or just after that, we'll go on to refreshments for all of you that has been prepared. To lead us in this activity, allow me to invite our Royal Father of the Day, our ED, who is standing in for the Managing Director and CEO, and also the representative of the Executive Governor of Yobe State, to please lead everyone to this exhibition. This part of the program should last us about 25 minutes, and after that we'll come in for the very first session for the day. For those who joined in a lot later, it is still the Agriculture Summit Africa 2025.
Good morning, it's a beautiful sterling day. The breeze whispers softly, time to begin. Feel the rhythm, let the joy sink in. Every moment's a treasure, sterling wind. Good morning, it's a beautiful sterling day. Good morning, let's shine in every way. Good morning, it's a beautiful sterling day.
No need to worry, no fee to pay. Sterling's one bank makes your day. Transfers free like the breeze we feel. Banking's now a better deal. Sterling's got your back, oh yes it's true. Free transfers every time you do. One bank's the way to save and slay. Send your cash the Sterling way. No papers, no stress, just tap and go. No need to worry, no fee to pay. Sterling's one bank makes your day. Transfers free like the breeze we feel. Banking's now a better deal. Sterling's got your back, oh yes it's true. Free transfers every time you do. One bank's the way to save and slay. Send your cash the Sterling way. No papers, no stress, just tap and go. No need to worry, no fee to pay. Sterling's one bank makes your day. Transfers free like the breeze we feel. Banking's now a better deal. Sterling's got your back, oh yes it's true. Free transfers every time you do. One bank's the way to save and slay. Send your cash the Sterling way. No No need to worry, no fee to pay. Sterling's one bank makes your day. Transfers free like the breeze we feel. Banking's now
In the heart of Nigeria, a quiet revolution is taking root. A revolution fueled by dedication, innovation, and a profound commitment to feeding a nation. This is Mothers Farms Limited, where the future of agriculture is being sown, one grain of rice at a time. For years, Mothers Commodities has been a cornerstone of Nigeria's food supply, a trusted aggregator, ensuring essential goods reach our tables. But their vision extended beyond trade. They dreamed of a future where more of what we eat is grown right here by Nigerians for Nigerians, and that dream has blossomed into Mothers Farms. Alhaji Muhammad Roden, the visionary behind this ambitious undertaking, saw not just land, but potential to nourish, to empower, and to build a sustainable future for his country.
Na kawo wannan lokacin ina so in yi noman nan, ina da zuciyan in yi noma in taimaki ƙasana da al'ummarmu na ƙasa.
Mothers Farms isn't just growing rice, it's cultivating lives. A key pillar of this initiative is the deliberate and significant employment of Nigeria's vibrant youth, and crucially, its resilient women.
Muna da mutane a yanzu sama da mutum 1,200, amma muna buƙatar a ce mutanen nan sun kai sama da mutum 5,000 ko 6,000. Tsakanin mata da maza da marayu wanda abubuwa na Boko Haram sun kore su, suke abubuwa na taimako suke samu.
Zuwan wannan kamfani da ya zo mana da wannan ayyukan da ya buɗa mana, mun yi godiya ga Allah. A shekarun baya Boko Haram ta zo mana muna cikin tashin hankali da mu da 'ya'yanmu da mazajenmu gaba ɗaya, amma yanzu kuma mun samu kwanciya hankali da ci gaba saboda abinci ya wadace mu yanzu, sauƙin tsadar rayuwa mun samu sauƙinta.
Da muna cikin yanayin wahala na zamantakewa, muna zuwa kasashen waje muna shan wahala, Niger ne, Libya ne, muna shan wahala. Mun zuwa wannan kamfani mun samu taimako da ci gaba, da iyayenmu da matanmu duk a shi muke rikewa yanzu. Don haka muna wannan kamfani godiya, mun fita cikin matsalolin wahalhalu. Don haka duk abin da muka samu yanzu a shi muke ci muke sha, muke rike 'ya'yanmu. Makaranta ma da 'ya'yanmu mun gagara sawa, amma zuwan wannan kamfani mun samu muna sa yaranmu. Wannan noman da nake yi a ƙarƙashi na before ina noma shatta 3,000 da taimakon Sterling Bank na karɓi facility mai 9% da aka bani. Noman na lanta shi na mai da shi shatta wajen 6,000. Yanzu ma da nake noman da cikin noman nan da nake ina da ƙarancin kuɗi, da zan samu kuɗi at least yanzu ina da fili ba wanda na noma wa, ina da land wanda nake so in noma shi sama da setta 20,000 zuwa 25,000 ina da shi a ƙasa.
We see the dedicated farm hands not just harvesting but carefully sorting and preparing the crops. This is where Mothers Farms' expertise in post-harvest management truly shines. They use modern techniques to minimize waste and preserve the quality of produce, ensuring every grain retains its nutritional value. The logistics are seamless, with produce moving swiftly from the field to the storage and then to the market. We see the direct impact of their work. Local families employed, training programs in sustainable farming, and partnership that strengthens the local economy. The farm's corporate social responsibility (CSR) initiatives are visible in action, with a portion of the harvest being donated to local schools. Mothers Farms is not just cultivating crops, it is cultivating a better future for the entire community.
To help
help farmers get paid more and faster, MasterCard created Community Pass, a digital platform that brings agri-sector stakeholders from the demand and supply side together into one agricultural marketplace. In Uganda, the Chibinge Farmer Cooperative Society joined Community Pass in 2022. By digitizing agricultural flows in Community Pass, the Chibinge Cooperative has been able to keep up with demand for agro-inputs, and farmers have received the inputs they need more quickly and at a lower cost.
Community Pass has given me the opportunity to buy quality seeds and fertilizers to grow higher quality crops. With Community Pass and Chibinge's involvement, my coffee harvest and yields have improved every year.
Hi teams, we need your help to shoot a video for our Black Friday sales. So, we start with a montage of the store. No wait, we start with a customer walking into the store. Yes. They walk in, we show her picking up stuff, we show her shopping, and then we see a staff member walking up to her to tell her about our sales. She says, "Hi, you know we're having Black Friday sales?" No. Wait, no. You see the customer scanning the store, she picks up a bag. Wait, is it a bag or a dress? Never mind. The customer shops and we see her present her bag at the counter. Then the staff informs her of our Black Friday sales.
Do you know we have Black Friday sales?
The customer says, "Hold that thought." No, wait, she says, "Oh, for real?" Then the customer comes back with more stuff and then she says, "I love MBN." No, wait, that's too much. She says,
No.
I love Black Fridays. Then boom, you see the flyer for the Black Friday. What do you think?
I like it.
Let's do it.
Across Africa, decisions are made every day, decisions that shape our economies, communities, and futures. At Veriv Africa, we ground those decisions on evidence. We collect data, conduct research, and deliver insights that move ideas from concept to action for lasting impact. Our work cuts across sectors, empowering governments, organizations, and private institutions with the intelligence to not just react, but act. We don't just publish data. We visualize it. Transforming data into narratives, we help decision makers see what's working, what's possible, and what's next. Your next bold move needs a solid base. Veriv Africa, shaping Africa's future through data, research, and insight. Visit www.verivafrica.com to explore more.
So do quickly, so that you can get the bag. The agricultural production level.
Good morning, sun.
Nigeria.
You're here
Then you
to
come
stay.
here to and take.
Lighting up the skies in a golden array. The world is waking, dreams underway. Good morning, it's a beautiful sterling day. Good morning, let's shine in every way. Good morning, it's a beautiful sterling day. The coffee's brewing, the air feels light. Every little thing is just feeling right. Step into the world, heart shining bright. Good morning, it's a beautiful sterling day. Good morning, let's shine in every way. Good morning, it's a beautiful sterling day. The breeze whispers softly, time to begin. Feel the rhythm, let the joy sink in. Every moment's a treasure, a sterling wind. Good morning, it's a beautiful sterling day. Good morning, let's shine in every way. Good morning, it's a beautiful sterling day.
No need to worry, no fee to pay. Sterling's one bank makes your day. Transfers free like the breeze we feel. Banking's now a better deal. Sterling's got your back, oh yes it's true. Free transfers every time you do. One bank's the way to save and slay. Send your cash the Sterling way. No stress, just tap and go. No need to worry, no fee to pay. Sterling's one bank makes your day. Transfers free like the breeze we feel. Banking's now a better deal. Sterling's got your back, oh yes it's true. Free transfers every time you do. One bank's the way to save and slay. Send your cash the Sterling way.
Hello. Okay.
No papers, no stress, just tap and go.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen who are still out for the exhibition, please, we have about 7 more minutes to get back into the hall so we could go into the first session of this great conference with the theme Survival of the Greenest. We have 7 more minutes to end the exhibition part of this program.
No fee to pay. Sterling's one bank.
Please, if you are still outside, please kindly make your way back into the hall.
Banking's now a better deal. Sterling's got your back, oh yes it's true. Free transfers every time you do.
We have our moderator for the very first session ready to go. And also our panelists, they're also ready.
The Sterling way. No papers, no stress, just tap and go. No need to worry, no fee.
We have 5 more minutes.
Sterling's one bank makes your day. Transfers free like the breeze we feel. Banking's now a better deal. Sterling's got your back, oh yes it's true. Free transfers every time you do. One bank's the way to save and slay. Send your cash the Sterling way. No papers, no stress, just tap and go. No need to worry, no fee to pay. Sterling's one bank makes your day. Transfers free like the breeze we feel. Banking's now a better deal. Sterling's got your back, oh yes it's true.
Those of us still at the exhibition area, please, we have about 4 minutes for us to get back into the hall so we could get into the very first session of this summit. We have 4 more minutes, please.
No papers, no stress, just tap and go. No need to worry, no fee to pay. Sterling's one bank makes your day. Transfers free like the breeze we feel. Banking's now a better deal. Sterling's got your back, oh yes it's true. Free transfers every time you do. One bank's the way to save and slay. Send your cash the Sterling way.
I'd like to say a very warm welcome to Deputy Chairman House Committee on Agriculture, Honorable Kelechi Nwogo. You are most welcome, sir. He will be giving us a legislative perspective of this summit. You're most welcome, sir. He is representing the House Committee Chair on Agriculture, Honorable Kauje. We have 3 more minutes to round off the exhibition and part of this program.
Send your cash the Sterling way. No papers, no stress, just tap and go. No need to worry, no fee to pay. Sterling's one bank makes your day. Transfers free like the breeze we feel. Banking's now a better deal. Sterling's got your back, oh yes it's true. Free transfers every time you do. One bank's the way to save and slay. Send your cash the Sterling way. No papers, no stress, just tap and go. No need to worry, no fee to pay. Sterling's one bank makes your day. Transfers free like the breeze we feel. Banking's now a better deal. Sterling's got your back, oh yes it's true. Free transfers every time you do. One bank's the way to save and slay. Send your cash the Sterling way. No papers, no stress, just tap and go. No need to worry, no fee to pay. Sterling's one bank makes your day. Transfers free like the breeze we feel. Banking's now a better deal. Sterling's got your back, oh yes it's true. Free transfers every time you do. One bank's the way to save and slay. Send your cash the Sterling way. No papers, no stress, just tap and go. No need to worry, no fee to pay. Sterling's one bank makes your day. Transfers free like the breeze we feel. Banking's now a better deal. Sterling's got your back, oh yes it's true. Free transfers every time you do. One bank's the way to save and slay. Send your cash the Sterling way. No papers, no stress, just tap and go. No need to worry, no fee to pay. Sterling's one bank makes your day. Transfers free like the breeze we feel. Banking's now a better deal. Sterling's got your back, oh yes it's true. Free transfers every time you do. One bank's the way to save and slay. Send your cash to Sterling.
We have 5 more minutes to get back into the hall where the summit is taking place. 5 more minutes, please.
No papers, no stress, just tap and go. No need to worry, no fee to pay. Sterling's one bank makes your day. Transfers free like the breeze we feel. Banking's now a better deal. Sterling's got your back, oh yes it's true. Free transfers every time you do. One bank's the way to save and slay. Send your cash the Sterling way. No papers, no stress, just tap and go. No need to worry, no fee to pay. Sterling's one bank makes your day. Transfers free like the breeze we feel. Banking's now a better deal. Sterling's got your back, oh yes it's true. Free transfers every time you do. One bank's the way to save and slay. Send your cash the Sterling way.
When they adjust the name, when they adjust the light.
No papers, no stress, just tap and go. No need to worry, no fee to pay. Sterling's one bank makes your day. Transfers free like the breeze we feel. Banking's now a better deal. Sterling's got your back.
We have 3 more minutes to round off.
Free transfers every time you do. One bank's the way to save and slay. Send your cash the Sterling way.
2 more minutes to bring the exhibition to a close.
No papers, no stress, just tap and go.
Almost. There is a reflection.
No need
on the
to
camera.
worry, no fee to pay. Sterling's one
Almost
bank
done.
makes your day. Transfers free like the breeze we feel. Banking's now a better deal. Sterling's got your back, oh yes it's true. Free transfers every time you do. One bank's the way to save and slay. Send your cash the Sterling way.
We have 1 more minute to bring the exhibition to a close. For those who are joined virtually, please, if you have questions, you can drop them in the chat room. We will take your questions here live.
Transfers free like the breeze we feel. Banking's now a better deal.
Allow me to welcome back the representative of our royal father, the Alamido for Damawa. He's the chairman of Tilt Group of Companies, the Dujima of Adamawa, a very distinguished Nigerian and a national treasure, Alhaji Musa Halilu Mohammed, OFR. You're welcome back, sir. Also, I'd like to welcome back our ED Alternative Banking at Sterling, Mr. Garba Mohammed. You're most welcome, sir.
Sterling's one bank makes your day.
The representative of the Executive Governor of Yobe State is also back.
Banking's now a better deal. Sterling's got your back.
Very distinguished Honorable Garba Taher Usman, FAMSEC Agriculture and Natural Resources, Yobe State. You're welcome back, sir. To the rest of the audience participants, please, we need you back into the hall. We are about to get into the very first session of discourse of this summit, Survival of the Greenest.
No need to worry, no fee to pay. Sterling's one bank makes your day. Transfers free like the breeze we feel. Banking's now a better deal. Sterling's got your back. Oh,
we should be bringing the exhibition to a close right now. Please, can we have everyone back into the hall? I beg of you.
One bank's the way to save and slay. Send your cash to Sterling.
Thank you so much for making your way back into the hall. Thank you so much. If you're standing, please, I crave your indulgence. Let's get somewhere to sit.
No papers, no stress.
Ushers, please, I'll need us to evacuate the exhibition area.
No need to worry, no fee to pay. Sterling's one bank makes your day. Transfers free like the breeze we feel. Banking's now a better deal. Sterling's got your back, oh yes it's true. Free transfers every time you do. One bank's the way to save and slay. Send your cash the Sterling way.
Thank you, DJ. I'd like to welcome every one of you back into the hall. We've come to the point where we'll be taking the very first session. Allow me to lay this ground rule. While the session is going on, if you have questions, I would like you to please put your questions down on a piece of paper, pass it on to an usher. When it is time for us to take questions, we'll take those questions. We are not just only going to take questions written down, we're going to take live questions as well. For the sake of time, we're going to run it that way. We take live questions and we're also going to take written down questions. For those that the reason we're doing that, it's because we do not want too much verbosity. We do not want too much clashing questions to be responded to. To those who are joined in virtually, please leave your questions in the chat room. We will take them out and then we will take them live here in the venue where the summit is taking place. Welcome back everyone once again. We've come to the session 1, from policy to plate, enabling laws for a thriving agri-future. Our moderator for this session, a brilliant financial expert, a dedicated transaction professional with over 21 years experience in the financial services industry in Nigeria. He has a strong background in trade and job roles ranging from international operations to trade finance, product management, and sales. His career has also included business development functions, facilitation of trade finance sales, implementing working capital solutions, and export facilitation. A thoroughbred professional with a knack for leading cross-functional deal teams to collaborate and achieve desired outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, this gentleman is also known and passionate about facilitation of intra-African trade and is very involved with international working groups focused on solving the African MSME trade finance gap by developing bespoke trade finance and working capital products for Africa. Please, if your hands are not too busy, please welcome with me this very, very distinguished Nigerian, Owame Arauhi, our moderator for this session. Let's keep clapping till he gets here, I beg of you. You can sit here. No, this one. Okay. Our moderator will invite all our panelists to join him here. Once again, can we give our moderator a round of applause, please?
Good morning, distinguished guests. It's a privilege to be here to work with you on this very interesting session. I'd like to start with a quote that I came across very recently. And it says that the best public policy is made when you are listening to people who are going to be impacted. And I think that is just very relevant with what we are doing here today. Having the conversations about how we want to move from policy to plate and how we intend to drive the conversations that help us become food security, that enable us to attain food security. So without much ado, I'd just like to talk a bit about what agricultural policy is. It's a set of laws or regulations and government actions that govern the agricultural sector to achieve specific economic and social goals, such as food security, farmer livelihoods, and economic development. This panel topic, themed from policy to plate, is set to elicit robust conversations amongst panelists and the audience as well, focused on the key areas where legal reforms are critical and aim to identify how regulatory frameworks can impact the agricultural sector progressively. Without much ado, I'd like to introduce my panelists who will just come up. First off, I'll start with Toriseju Doti, a partner in the intellectual property team at Aluko Anoyebode. She's also a member of the firm's IP prosecution unit. Please, a round of applause for her as she joins. Next, we have Dr. Nuruddin Abubakar Zauro. He's the technical advisor to the President on Economic and Financial Inclusion and the Secretary to the Presidential Committee of Economic and Financial Inclusion. A round of applause for Dr. Zauro. Please, let's keep it jamming. This is the first session, so the energy should be high. You're welcome, sir. Thank you so much. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Leonard Anyaru. He's the Managing Director at Cyro Africa, Nigeria. A round of applause, please. You're welcome, sir. And we will be inviting Alhaji Sadiq Kazim, President of FEPSAN, and the Public Relations Executive at NABG, Nigerian Agric Business Group. A round of applause as he joins us on stage. You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much. Now that I'm sure that all my panelists are well seated and comfortable, I'd like to start. I'd like to start with an icebreaker question which should help us open up the mood around the room. And it's simple. So today, numerous continental level agreements, charters, frameworks have been approved with the aim of driving food security across Africa. However, the recurring decimal is that it appears to be challenging when you bring it back home to the domestic geographies. So for instance, you have a charter that's approved at African level, and an African country is unable to replicate that. And so we still struggle. So I'd like to find out from my panel, and it's going to be an icebreaker question, so everybody around will get to speak to it. But I'll start with Toresheju. What do you consider to be the missing piece of the puzzle when we identify that gap of continental agreements but not being able to distill them down to the local geographies?
Thank you very much. There are quite a number of reasons why that is the case. These declarations are signed to on a continental level, and then you have to come and face your national unique situations. So the first thing I would say is finances. We have limited budgets as a government, and then you come back and you sign this amazing declaration on agriculture that says you need to give a particular percentage of your public expenditure to this sector. You come back and you realize that you don't have as much money to spend on one sector. There are also competing sectors that are equally as important: security, health, education. And so when you think about it and you think about how much it would take to implement this amazing deal or declaration you've gone to sign into, you would take a step back and reconsider. That's the one hand. And I think the second thing is, in every sector, including the agricultural sector, transformation takes years. Political appointments are limited. Minimum of 4 years at the list, or 8 years at the best. And then you have, if you have a predecessor or someone that comes after you that is not aligned to your goals or has different priorities, what you've started might be stalled. So I would say lack of financial capacity, political tenures, and lastly, I would just say maybe there's no incentive from the African Union or all these amazing unions that we have to actually encourage and drive implementation. So for instance, you signed on to the Malabo Declaration. There is no timeline to say, you know what, you must implement. There is no incentive to say, you know, or there's a scorecard to say this is what Malawi did or this is what Rwanda did and this is how it's helping them. There is no blueprint, nothing. And so there's lack of accountability in terms of implementation. And for me, I think those are some of the reasons why there's a gap with signing a treaty and then implementing in country.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. I think that that was very in-depth. A lot of salient points there, which will also still show up in other conversations as we move on. I'd like to ask Mr. Leonard Anyang for his own views. You know, it's a beautiful ride at the beginning of the day, but it doesn't quite distill down home. How do you, what are your views? What are the gaps? What puzzles are missing? How can we get past this?
Thank you. I think some of these agreements are entered very much in a hurry. So you enter into these agreements, you come back, you realize the framework for implementation does not exist. And so we'll start all over again. So typically, government enter into this agreement without the legal framework and even capacity for execution of these agreements. And we come back and realize that we are not able to execute this, and it takes time. We'll now start to build the framework. And a lot of time, there is no enough inclusiveness. So how are the people engaged before these frameworks are signed or these agreements are signed? And so these are the things that, you know, create this long gap between agreeing and execution. And it's important that when we want to enter into certain agreements, and as we negotiate globally, you know, we need to come back home, you know, have engagement, and to have this inclusiveness that can lead to, because you never can tell the kind of input you get from consulting. And these are some of the things that can shape even our position and allow us to create the right framework and capacity, to implement them as soon as we enter into them. That will be my take for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think it also rehashes the point that I made earlier when I talked about a quote I came across while preparing for this particular program, which said that the best public policy is made when you are listening to the people who are going to be impacted. I think we've come past where you just shoehorn policies and frameworks on people. We're not even considering some of the teasing issues that they face. You talk about environmental factors that affect different geographies today. You can't expect the same policies and framework that will enable a country that is facing desertification or forest deforestation with a country that has different problems. So I think being able to distinguish and deal with this respectively in line with what the current problems are will actually drive you home. But I won't take too much time on that. I'd also like to hear from Dr. Nuruddin because Mr. Leonard mentioned inclusivity, and I know that that's something that's very close to his heart. So I'd like him to also opine on this particular question from that angle as well. Doctor? Yes, okay, so I'll just take it again. So we had talked about the icebreaker question, which was how are we able to close the gap between these very interesting frameworks that are signed at continental level, but we're not able to bring it home to our various geographies because it's like a shoe that doesn't fit because you went there when it was made. So he mentioned inclusivity, right? And I said that is something that's close to your heart.
Yeah.
So while you give us your views on that question, you can also come at it from the angle of inclusivity.
Okay, thank you so much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. I'm quite excited that I'm here. We're having this conversation. When I look at the, panel session, I think I'm the only one from the government side at the moment, right? Okay, so therefore, my emphasis therefore is going to be more on the initiatives from the government in order to address the issue of inclusivity as well as domesticating some of these continental initiatives you spoke about, right? So on the inception of this administration, recognition of the fact that there's a need for partnership and collaboration in order to achieve such. For example, the domestication of some of this for us to take advantage of this available continental policies, programs and initiatives to the benefit of Nigerians, especially the last mile. It is in consideration of that this administration came up with so many policies and programs, in order to achieve such. For example, somewhere last year, this administration actually issued an accord called ASO Accord on economic and financial inclusion. The objective of that is actually to recognize the importance of inclusion as well as also to indicate, symbolic commitment of this administration to support that, and as well as also broker partnership and collaboration. And I could remember the managing director of Sterling Bank, the organizers of this program, is also a signatory to the accord on behalf of the private sector. So that tells you a lot about the very important role, of course, the Sterling Bank and, of course, other banks, private sectors have been playing in this regard to broker collaboration and partnership. I also want to remind you of the fact that Mr. President has been going from one country to the other, from one region of Nigeria to the other, to invite people to come into the country because the enabling policies have been demystified, and of course the environment is now ready for investment in our country. It is to that effect, of course, being the chief marketer of Nigeria, we've been able to broker a lot of partnership and collaboration. MOUs were signed, both public and private partnership. But in terms of the collaboration, our emphasis as a government is to the fact that we encourage public partnership between the government agencies also to collaborate, then private partnership as well as the public-private partnership, both locally and internationally. So it's also in the spirit of that some of these bottlenecks, I could remember sometimes last year in the former administration where so many other companies were having their money stocked in Nigeria, because after doing legitimate business, they want to maybe repatriate either for the purpose of buying more things into the country, they were having challenges. You could remember the issue of Forex, whereby you you have to go and lobby from Mr. A, Mr. B, but under this administration is certainly not the case. Things do naturally. So the role of government, everybody knows, government has no business in doing business, but the government role is to provide the enabling environment, right? And that is exactly the intentionality of this administration that they've been working on. Right from day one of this administration, certain decisions were taken, which were at that time, a very, very, difficult ones, but this administration was able to achieve that immediately. I would like to say that, some of the policies that were taken, of course, they might be so difficult, but it's just like you having your child, he's having a kind of like a cancer or something like a pain, you now have difficulty in taking him to the hospital, so surgery. I think as part of the love is to pass through that pain point. So at that point, Mr. President has mentioned to you that we are currently in the healing process and a lot of policies are already working. We are attracting a lot of investors that are coming into the country. So many partnerships have been signed, MOUs are signed, and I'm sure you guys on the panel and of course in the audience are all witness to that. So it is those enabling policies that will always encourage the domestication of this. For example, AFCFTA, the most popular policy that we have in Africa. We all know that Nigeria, being the giant of Africa, wouldn't have taken advantage of that to enhance, our production, because we have to encourage our own production, local production, for us to take advantage to export to other African countries, not only African countries, even other global countries, right? So what I'm trying to say here, in essence, here is that all we've been doing in this administration, especially at the executive level, we also have legislators who can also attach to some of these things, is to encourage, enabling environment to support this, and that's exactly why we are seated here with the private sector to rejig that, and we are open. We have opened the policy to see if there's any, suggestion or advice that you think this government needs to have. I think we have a window and platform through which we can communicate such. I can give you example, in the presidency, apart from the combining the economic and financial inclusion to enhance the last mile to take advantage of economic opportunities and also come into the formal financial sector, a desk was created, a presidential committee was inaugurated somewhere in February this year in order to listen to some of those initiatives and see how we encourage and seem to be encouraging collaboration among the ecosystem players. So gentlemen and ladies, I think for me, let me stop here, but the government, I think, is doing quite a lot in that regard, and nobody can contest that, I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Talk about a robust presentation. I think you've said so much in such a short period of time. Thank you for bringing that perspective, particularly from the government side. We have a few questions that will be targeted at the government, so I'm sure we'll get around to get your views on that shortly. Right. So I'd like to hear from Alhaji Sadiq Kasim. Alhaji, we've spoken, the question has gone around the room almost. There are a lot of views that have been projected regarding what we feel is responsible for this gap or this inability to actualize these very well-crafted policies and frameworks, to the local level. So my question would be, from your perspective, from your background, from the business group, how does this resonate with you, and how do you think that these gaps could be closed, and what are the gaps anyway?
Thank you very much. First of all, I think I would like to thank Stallion Bank for bringing all of this together. But let's drill down to specifics. We're talking about policies, domestication. So when you say domestication, I think it has to do with specific to Nigeria alone. In the case of Nigeria, I think we have always left the issues only to government. Dr. Nuruddin just mentioned the present administration's drive and policy to include the private sector, who are basically the people who should go down to the grassroots. The banks, the operators like Saro and others who are in the Agric space, operating in the Agric space. Now, to look at what has been the problem is that we were never included in the conception of the policy itself. Usually we get given directives or we get given the policy encapsulated by a government agency without consultation. So at the end of the day, what happens? We just look at a specific, a minute impact. Let me give an example. Sometime last year, economists came up that there is food inflation in the country. And then the decision was, how do we bring down cost of food? And then the policy was, let's allow for importation of food. The importation of food has been approved. It came into the country. But then what is the result? The result is that food prices have come down. The farmer in the rural area is not able to sell to make the right profit. So he's discouraged. He can't go back to the farm. And then what's the net effect? The net effect is, yes, we have the urban person getting food cheap, the rural person not having enough income to be able to even go back to the farm. And we forgot about the cost of inputs, for instance. All the inputs that the farmer needs to go back to the land are still very expensive. So where is the connection in this case? So what we need is a situation where before government takes a decision, please let it be all-inclusive. Let's look at all the factors, whether they are positive for one side and negative for the other. Let's come to an understanding and be able to have a net effect that is positive for the generality of Nigerians. I think that's, for me, the first take. Thank you.
Excellent, very, very well put. Thank you very much for that perspective, sir. And I think, the audience really would be able to, relate with how we've captured it. I think across the panel, we've been able to discuss it from different perspectives that give life and relatable. And I'm certain that at the end of the day, we would have, good talking points, action points. We have the government in the room, we have the leaders in the room, we have the decision makers in the room, and I'm hopeful that at the end of the day, we would be able to make one or two very relevant impacts, based on the conversations that we had. So happy with the way the conversations are going now. So I'd like to just start another round of questions, which focuses largely on how, legal frameworks do come into the play. And I'm saying without a doubt, legal reforms are critical. Areas of focus would be land ownership, the environment. We've talked about so many environmental impacts now. And when you look at funding from developmental finance institutions, there's always the view around how it impacts the environment. There are conversations around carbon credit. A lot of interesting trends come into play today when you talk about funding agriculture and just generally funding, the SMEs. But there's also the view around fiscal reforms. There's a conversation around private finance and technology, which we would definitely be touching on here, because I think today, in today's world, technology plays an instrumental part in being able to scale on anything that you wish to do. So really, from that angle, if you look at land reforms, today we could say that things need to be done differently, particularly when you talk about titling of land in African countries. And this is not just a function of Nigeria. It's a problem that cuts across the sub-Saharan Africa. So I'd like to ask Mr. Leonard, what are your views in this angle? Land titling, how does it impact? What can be done? Do you have any examples of where you've seen it work, progressively within any particular climate? And maybe you can share that with us.
Land is always a difficult one, and more so, in fact, all over the world. So the law says the land belongs to the government, and we see that different land tenure system practice in different states. And what we have seen work in recent time is where the subnational government are very clear with the vision and they know what they want to achieve with respect to agri development in their states. Our recent experience with the Edo state government and the success that was made out of it suggests that subnationals can do a lot in developing agriculture by providing access to land to real investors who want to make investment. And I dare say that truthfully, if you're serious to make investment, you can get land. So the Edo state government came up with a vision on oil palm development. And we know the way oil palm is perceived in terms of environmental degradation and all of that. And so they created a vehicle that they legislated. They call it ESOP, Edo State Oil Palm Development Program. And so this PPP worked with potential investors who are committed to making investment in the agri-value chain. And land were mapped and given to these investors to develop. And there were caveats. If you're giving this and you are not able to show traction within a particular period of time, it is revoked. We are beneficiary of that, and over 30,000 hectares are in development, and also other, I know of other investors who have got allocated land. And I think this, some states can adopt this structured, impactful, and strategic view in allocating land. A good example also we have seen happen in Kaduna State. I mean, this is really transcends also administration. And during the administration of past government, I recall when we wanted to set up a seed research fund, I visited the Kaduna State government. I didn't need to see the governor, you know. So there was a desk, and when the feasibility was discussed, and they said, sorry, we can make provision where we have to set up this. And it didn't take quite a long time. The COO was granted, and we made the investment. And even in the current state, in this current Kaduna State government, you know, they borrowed from that, and they're committed to doing it. So I think where there is clarity, where there is seriousness, and the states at the subnational level, any subnational level, any subnational state that is clear and focused on developing agriculture can actually, you know, work around and develop something that is specific and innovative for the state to adopt. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would want to go to Alaji because I know that he has some interesting views. So when we look at it, and what Mr. Leonard has said very clearly, that there are pockets of sub-governmental states that have found ways to make it work, looking at the peculiarities, their areas, looking at the opportunities for investment, they've made it work. But where we see other states that haven't quite adopted this, what do you think would be a good way, you know, to actually, first of all, encourage or set the tone for this sort of behavior to cut across, you know, across other states?
Yeah, first of all, I think we thank some state governments that have accommodated a big business. But when we look at agriculture practice in Nigeria, it is, I think, in some of the details mentioned earlier on by the keynote speaker and others, including the Minister of Livestock, it's largely managed and held by the majority of Nigerians, who, if we come back to Madam, the lawyer here, land matters are legal matters, constitutional matters covered under the Land Use Act and stuff. 99% of Nigerian farmers don't have the legal rights on their land that can be accepted by financial institutions and the formal sector. So how do we bring it down so that they can have that right? I think that's the most important. Yes, the state government under the Land Use Act is the owner of the land, and they are the ones who would assign rights to individuals. But because the farmer, the smallholder, the person in the rural area doesn't have access to government, for instance, except when it's time for election, he never gets those rights assigned to him. And that is why some of the factors that were discussed, even in the keynote speech and in the MD's address, issues about access to finance for smallholders, for the generality of practitioners in agriculture, has always remained a mirage. Simply because, yes, the bank would want something to hold. They have their own, I think, due diligence that they have to do. And if they don't have that land, and for instance, even the house the rural smallholder owns, he doesn't have documents to cover that one. And coming back to Dr. Nuruddin, when you're talking about financial inclusion, your previous life when you were in the central bank regulates how banks onboard customers. And there is a standard. There is the KYC that you must meet. Part of the KYC, you should have a national identity that you have to. And how many people have got NIN, except for recently when we popularized it. Then you have to have a BVN. Then you have to bring in a utility bill. Who has electricity in the rural area or has water? Then how do you recognize that he owns this house? You understand? So these are some of the things that when we come to that issue of financial inclusion, for him to even have a bank account, he has to go through these processes. And then these processes, there are hurdles ahead of him. So Dr. Nuruddin, when you are talking about financial inclusion, we have to now look at them because they are the underbanked or unbanked people. But then, funny enough, economists will tell us that the bulk of the economy, also in terms of GDP, is from them. So then, how do we bring them onto the formal economy, if not through giving them documents that would legalize their holdings and then getting them through banking facilities? So we need to start looking at this specifics.
Thank you, Alaji. I always enjoy your perspective because when you unpack the question, you bring out so many prongs, and just from your response, I can even just ask two other questions to Ju and also to Dr. Nuruddin, because you talked about it from the angle of the legal perspective, right? How does the law actually empower these owners of these lands? What can be done? And I think, for me, what is more important for this conversation is taking on the difficult questions and trying to see how we can huddle some responses that can be useful to us in the not too distant future. So I'd like to hear from you, ma'am, from the legal side. I mean, the way he's captured it, how can it be made simpler, for these smallholder farmers to, have property and have title to documents over the period, even if you want to pivot it from a technology perspective? Because I know that you have a technology perspective to this.
Okay, and this is me just speaking for myself. I'm not holding the brief for anybody.
Sure.
I would say that maybe we can leverage technology to help map out lands, get these farmers verified and accredited on a particular platform where we're like giving them apportionment of lands attached to somebody or one farmer. So they know that this is the land that we're giving you to farm, you own it. We give them some sort of document that they can access from their phone, get someone to do an app that can cover that is easily accessible to them. We advise them in their language how it works, because these people have phones. What they do is just pick and drop the phone. Some of them don't send text. So you are bringing technology. You have to get someone that is is conversant with the language and how they think to explain it to them, so they know that this land that you have, the government in each state is saying we're going to make use of technology to map out a particular plot of land, giving you pieces that you can use and own, and then when you want to get money from the bank, you can use that as a collateral. So that's just my own thoughts on how technology can help the situation.
So I can take off a little bit from there. Excuse me. Last year at the Nigeria Economic Summit Group, there was a call for a national census of farmers and farmland. Now, our position then was we wanted to collaborate with the government, and this was a private sector-led initiative. So we wanted to collaborate with the government and to have a national census of farmers and their land that will be georeferenced and documented. Now, we thought our position that we could pilot 1 or 2 states, and then government can take learnings from there for us to go national. Now, if that had been done, if we were able to push this through, every farmland, no matter where it's located, will be gazetted. And once it's gazetted, of course it's tied to the farmer that owns it. And then that can be used to develop title documents that farmers can use to access finances and other benefits that can accrue from there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I think both points are very valid, and I think they do also feed into Alaji's perspective, and I see him smiling, so I want to believe that to a certain degree he's somewhat comfortable with the feedback, but I know he still has a question, or he provided some questions towards Dr. Lee, so I'll give Dr. Lee the floor to see how he can respond. Doctor.
All right, so thank you so much, moderator. Gentlemen, I think let me take just a minute or less maybe to run you through the surgery process that happened, in order for us to get all these things right. The national blueprint, which was rolled out by Mr. President, which we call Renewed Hope Agenda, right? In that national blueprint, there is an element of inclusivity, because item 8 speaks to inclusivity. When we speak about inclusivity, we are talking about last mile, women, youth, people with disability, and all those things. So they are part of the consideration in everything we do. Then secondly also, combining the inclusion, that is economic inclusion and financial inclusion, is also deliberate. The reason being that the last count of FNI report shows that 64% of Nigerians are formally served, while 74% are included, right? Meaning that 10% of that is the difference, are informally served, isn't it? So with that number in place, we are now saying inclusivity component of this, they now say, okay, when you open an account, you have a BVN, you have this, you have that, you are deemed to be formally included, am I right? But the question has been that, what is it for? What is in it? If I don't have money, how can I transact in the banking sector, right? So that is the essence, that is the objective around the economic inclusion, because economic inclusion is the economic opportunity. Bringing it together to elevate the conversation from the institutional level, where the central bank has been driving this process from 2012 till now, it was now elevated to the National Economic Council. The reason being that at the National Economic Council, all the subnationals are ably represented. So if there are issues, for example, what my brother Alaji spoke about in terms of land issue, in terms of identity issue, in terms of all of that, the conversation will terminate at the highest policy level, constitutionally provided National Economic Council. So any state that is not adapting to that, will have a reason to answer at that level. So that brings about policy directions, implementation and adaptation at the state level of whatever policy that is provided at the national level. That is that. Again, now, providing a desk in the presidency to accommodate, to discuss, to collaborate with all the private and public sector actors, I think is also another big score. Again, signing accord to broker collaboration and partnership to open the doors to ensure that both the local, because look, let me tell you, there are a couple of MOUs that were signed of recent. You know, we're talking about all these development partners and all of that did. Unlike before, when they come into the country, all they need is just a common hand holding to guide them, to open the door, you know, to welcome them actually for them to come in addition to the enabling policies that we've been talking about, isn't it? So it is actually one of the roles that such office is actually collaborating, is providing in order to encourage all of that, which that intentionality itself is very, very important to the success of some of these initiatives we've been talking about, right? So all these put together, the administration, I mean, the government outside, it's actually very intentional and is always ready, and that is why you can see the spur of those kind of collaboration. My brother here spoke about a decision taken at the, a call that was made at the National Economic Summit Group, right? So some of these issues, you have our actors, especially the private sector, because everybody knows that any country that has ever developed in this world is more of government to set the policy, then the private sector to take advantage of that policy and of course see how they can make this happen. So the government is still very intentional, and we're still doing more and more to see that common man, the last mile is. Recently, Mr. President inaugurated the DPI committee. What is DPI? Digital Public Infrastructure, you know, which speaks to identity, payment systems, and then data center. Data exchange. This particular objective can be able to bring a solution to all these issues raised by one of my panelists, where he said you have BVN number, you have marriage certificate, you have this number. So when you have the DPI, it takes up, which at any moment, of course, is going to take off. So at that point, when you have one point you have registered, there would be a kind of interoperability. There would be a handshake where you don't need to duplicate all the effort. And also, I think I was just discussing with you some few minutes ago while seated there. There is also what they call an approval to roll out what they call the economic and financial inclusion hubs that would serve as a one-stop center, you know, across all the local governments, so that the people in those villages can rally around it in terms of coming there to access maybe some of these basic services we are talking about. For example, to open the bank account, access funds, and even make a supply or like a one-stop center where you can also come in to access information about what is it. Because Nigeria, remember, has a target. Apart from the financial literacy, we also have a target for achieving 95% literacy, what they call it, digital literacy level by 2030. Currently, we are somewhere around 50%. So it's all about collaboration, partnership to what they call it, to speak to the people as to what are the initiatives the government is actually putting in place. And that role is actually not ending with the government. It's also a role of private sector for everybody to come together to see how you can place your role within your community, within your office, within your customers, so that Nigeria will be a better place for all of us to live. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doc. I'm not sure how you saw my next question, but you answered the first one and the next one together in one. So you saved me time and you've shown some good strength. Thank you so much. Amen. Round of applause. I think the round of questions have gone quite well. So at this point, I always, my view around these sort of sessions is to ensure that we have that engagement with the audience. So I think if there are any questions from the audience, we can use that to just take a breather on the panel first. And maybe the mic can go around for one or two questions. I also know we have a few questions online. We just check quickly if we have one. But if there are any questions from the audience, it would be a good time to do that. Have we done such an excellent job that there are no questions required? I want to believe that. Okay, so we have a few questions. We'll go 1, 2, and we'll take 3. The lady on the left wing.
Good afternoon, everybody.
And the right wing.
On the existing protocol. I was also a former member of National Assembly, and I have little bit knowledge about lawmaking. The topic is very good at the moment, it's relevant, but you see our problems in Nigeria, we tend to start talking about running before we're even good enough to crawl. That's why the problem. We want to start running while we're not even yet in a position to start crawling on the ground. Secondly, if you want to make law, you need highly educated people in the law-making arm of the government, not just any politician to come and get in position, get elected. He can't even read a letter. He can't read newspaper. He's not even current. They say he makes law. Which law? He can't make any law for you, really. Thirdly, when you come to talk about the issues related to agriculture, which is my basic concern, because I'm a chairman of Adamawa Agriculture Hub in Adamawa, they were trying to establish a 2,000 hectare agricultural Agric, smart Agric program. At the moment we are starting. You see, we have come to a point through the support we have been enjoying of Sterling Bank, and I want to just raise a few points just to give us example to what we are discussing here. When a potential entrepreneur comes up with an idea, he is not supposed to be the prey of the law. If the law is going to cripple him down, then the law is harming the society as a whole. What we do now is he wants to start. You know, during my last 2 years when I started doing this program, researching, talking, everybody just said, it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Everybody tried it. They took land, they ran away, they do this, they ran away. In my case, when I went to Adamawa State, I went to our father, the land of Adamawa, and I told him this is what to do, sir. And he was happy, but the uncle I brought was what made him more excited. I said, sir, I've realized that people come and take land and go, that's all. My own view too is to make a joint venture between the Emirate Council itself and our company, with our foreign financiers and our Chinese technical partners. They'll come together, all of us, to make the agriculture project work well. And our father promptly gave us 2,000 hectares, promptly. And it was a very good place. The water is there and it's very big. So we are now in the level of Nigerian issue. Technical discussion, talking, bringing this, is that working, bring it. At the end of the day, you feel so disappointing. We luckily, Sterling is doing its part, but we are asking for more. What I'm saying in essence is that the laws we have need review. Simple, those laws we have both on land issues and on the banking sector and the financing. There's too much Turanchi with same house, too much English about it. I remember when I was given the land in Yola recently, when we went, I found some few communities living on the mercy of the land, they are so afraid. I said, no, I don't intend to remove anybody from this land who has been living here. But the ownership belongs to your Royal Majesty. You have been staying for you. We are going to take your children, use in our program, because we have a training institute. Example, we want to make smart Agric, so we had to put agriculture training sector of the whole issue, because if somebody is not educated, just bring him to start farming. At the end of it, we will lose our money. So I say your children are going to be part of it. So what we are saying, the inclusiveness of everybody, all the conflict about land, you see, is because somebody wants to exclusively take over things without other person. But when we come together and share, that's why all my life I believe in things should come from bottom up. When I was campaigning about 5-6 years ago, I went to the market, Kaswangwari, where they bring this tomato and all these vegetables and fruits and so on and so forth. And somebody said, why are you asking that? I say, I am not in their job. They know their profession very well. So if I want to help them, I should listen to them first. Then from that point, bring the issue up to the point where, as a politician, if I get elected, I can now serve the people. And to your surprise, all the ideas I got from them were very good. They told me how they are losing. You see them like local. They are highly intelligent in their jobs. Our contempt, as those of us come from cities and education, we think we should tell them how things should be. No. They will tell us how they want to be done because they know that issue more than us. But when we start coming with our Western ideas, Western notions to impose on our community, that's why the friction begins to come up. At the end of the day, the bank says this, you say this, community says that, and the thing goes entangled. So please, 3 aspects. 1, find educated people to make the laws. And those laws should be made after thorough research, not just arbitrary law, because he is in the other party, I want to make a law here to bring him down that side. That's not wrong. And all elected persons, from local government chairman to up, whatever you want to vote, once you are elected, remember the party is a ladder you use to grow to the position you want to be. But at that point you are so in, you are to serve everybody, not your party only. That's why if you go to states, you'll find issue having all over. When they say state stakeholders, if you go and see, it is that party's stakeholders, not the state people. Other parties don't come, they're invited. So our concept has been messed up. So that's what we are trying to say now. So we are going pleading for the banks to relax things, help us stake off. Also about 10,000 jobs, you can't say no because of some laws. You deny students, use 10,000 jobs, it's not good. And we appreciate all the efforts we've been. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Very well put. Thank you. So we'll take another question. Yes.
Hi.
Thank you. Is a question or a comment?
No, it's a question.
All right, thank you.
So my question is about security and technology. As a youth corp member, I was actually eager to go into agriculture then. I had a contact that had someone at the Ministry of Agric who was ready to supply me with the tools and equipment. But the issue I had was having a well-secured land. Anytime I ask or go around, they always tell me, oh, it's too far, or there are kidnappers around those axes and all that. So my question is, what is the immediate and practical steps as a young entrant like me, willing to go into Agric and support me with the ideas and the maybe advices I can go into it? Then the second question.
Security.
Okay, thank you so much once more. And you see, in terms of security, I think at the set, of course, security issue is centralized, and I'm sure, without saying much, the government is putting a lot of effort, but also there has to be some form of prioritization where the hotspots are there. Also, we need to divert more attention in that. I'm not a security expert actually, but the mere fact that I'm sitting here for government, and I know a lot of effort is being put in place, the right strategy that should be deployed to ensure that you in the village or in the farmland, like you said, you are well protected. I think we have experts who have been appointed, by the president, of course, to play that very important role. But relatively, in the farmland, definitely it depends on where the farmland is. There are some semblance of protection and security that have been put in place, of course, by the government. But also at the state level, I think the local government, state governors, they also have very important role. And not only that, you as a community, especially community leader, the people, when you see something, you need to say something so that together when you collaborate, you can be able to have a more secured and of course a more habitable environment that everybody can live together, so that farm where you are farming in, you can be able to be protected. For the GMO, I think we have a professor here. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Doc. We have Alaji on GMO, and also Don Shoji will also chip in on the GMO question as well. So we'll do that really quick.
Yeah. First of all, I think GMO is a scientific issue. I don't want us to be talking about GMO in an emotional or sentimental thing. There's a lot of sentiment and a lot of misinformation out there about genetic modification in, for instance, foods. What is the science behind it? Why have we not looked at genetic modification in the olden days? That has not been documented. All of us here who are of my age, for instance, would recall the times when our parents used to do grafting in plants. That's genetic modification. We've never complained about that. We are now complaining about what has been done in a laboratory, and that is an advancement. Part of the discussions in this panel was supposed to take us to the science rather than the art. We didn't have time to get to that, But then she has brought it up. I think we must stop looking at GMO from an emotional, non-scientific basis. Genetic modification in foods, for instance, always has a reason for it. I don't think we should debate about the aftermath. All of us are going to die one day anyway. So why are we talking about this? And particularly for her, that is very young. So let's leave it. But I want to also talk about what the honorable member had said, and Dr. Nuru has responded partially. I think we have a problem about political recruitment being faulty. The politicians are the ones who bring themselves and offer themselves. But then within them, there is a faulty mechanism of recruiting the best out of them. They just throw whoever is available or whoever is ready to spend more. I think we need to stop that. And anyway, it's not for me and him, it's for those who are coming up to start thinking how to change the system. Lastly, I want to make a comment. The keynote speaker at the beginning of this program raised an issue that I felt concerned about. He posited that we must stop all forms of subsidies, whether it is input subsidies, conditional cash transfers, or anything. I think for a developing country, this is a mantra that is being forced down on us by people who believe they are holier than the Pope, but then behind the scenes they do the same thing. So I think we need to, we don't need to take on such ideas, hook, line, and sinker, wholesale, without really looking at it deeper. There is nowhere that subsidies are not being passed to the underserved or the grassroots in any country. So we need to look at it thoroughly. I don't believe that the Nigerian farmer has reached that level of maturity and capacity that he can do without subsidy. Likewise, I don't think the poor amongst us should be left to their own devices. No, we must find a way to support them. That's my take. Thank you.
All right. The issue of GMOs, I think the debate for and against GMOs are valid, but like he said, that we need to address it not from an emotional point of view, but from a evidence-based point of view. And I think the real issue is trust, transparency, and local capacity. So we, as a nation, we need to invest in homegrown research to ensure that we are smart in taking decisions and we are educated in taking decisions when it comes to that area. That's what I wanted to add.
Okay, thank you very much. Round of applause for the questions and the answers that have been provided. We have run out of time, so we will just be doing a quick wrap-up from each of the panelists, a minute or 30 seconds. Your final words, your views around what's that silver bullet in terms of policy that would change the narrative? I mean, if you had the opportunity to speak to, a decision maker, what would you ask for? So we can just take that in 30 seconds across the panel, and then we'll close for the day. So I'll start with Dr. Nodi.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator. So for me, I think I would like to only say that on the government side, a lot is happening in order to support and to create the needed enabling environment that will ensure Nigeria's achievement of the target of $1 trillion economy by the year 2030. And that target is actually not just about having numbers, but it's about trickling down to touch the lives of the last mile. A lot of initiatives are going on in this administration, and for that, it is now incumbent upon the last mile, the poor and vulnerable people, to look around, to take advantage of the opportunities, because opportunity cannot be an opportunity without you taking advantage of that opportunity, right? So take advantage of the opportunity so that you can be able to better off your life in terms of your sustenance, creating jobs and all of that. The government is doing more and is not ready to stop. We will still continue to do more to encourage both the public and private sector to do a lot in that regard, so that Nigeria will be a better place for all of us to live, and of course even lead the way within the continent, and of course to play within the global players in the economic development. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Nuruddin.
Okay, for me, I think the one key policy that I would be advocating would be dual in nature, in terms of having a policy that allows access to finance to the farmers, a financing reform policy, and also to fix the land ownership problem would be to provide a digital land titling program where farmers are verified and accounted for and lands are distributed with technology. That's it for me.
Thank you very much.
My last one on focusing on places of impact. The keynote speaker mentioned something about seed. I think it starts with seed. So I would like a policy funding around delivering serious organization that will lead to transforming yield. When the young lady mentioned talking about GMO today, leaving Corona and want to talk about Rolls Royce. The journey we'll get to GMO is the destination. Whatever happens outside, we're a global village. It will come here and it will have impact here. But where Nigeria is today, we are very far. We are very far to GMO, even to get the real impact of what the GMO can deliver potentially, even though it is fully domesticated here. What we need today is a concerted effort to hybridization. A farmer who cannot cultivate hybrid seeds today cannot even get something out of GMO, even though it adopts GMO. So I think policy around seed, the rice seed, that is where the impact has to be made very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think my last statement would be this world, we must try and find a marriage between big business and small holders. Because if we don't do that, the essence of what I'm trying to put forward is shared prosperity. If we don't gather and don't share the prosperity, if we continue to allow the big to grow bigger and the small to continue to emaciate, I think we are going to fail, both as a nation and as a people. So there has to be a forum where the big and the small come together on a shared prosperity situation, so that we all grow together, because that's the objective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And for me, I'd like to say it's been an honor to sit amongst the subject matter experts that have spoken excellently and intelligently about this topic that we brought to the table. I'm sure that the audience has also enjoyed this. You've also been a wonderful audience. A round of applause to yourselves as well. And looking forward to more conversations, even online, and then working towards how we're able to put Nigeria in the right place when it comes to food security. So for me, as the host, I'd like to say thank you and have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, distinguished gentlemen. May I crave your indulgence to please step forward. We'll take photographs, and also we'll have a gift box for each and every one of you that graced this great stage. May I have the honor and privilege to invite the group head for agriculture and solid minerals. He's already making his way to the state, Dr. Olushola Obikanye, and also the representative of the Lamido of Adamawa, a national treasure and icon, and Haji Musa Alilu Ahmed, OFR, the Dojima of Adama, to also join us on stage, please.
Yes.
Okay, that's a good picture.
Yes. So when they come,
So after now, we'll be taking the legal perspective or the legislative perspective of this great discourse, and that will be done by a very distinguished Honorable Kelechi Mwogo, the Deputy Chairman House Committee on Agriculture. There's no need, just leave it. Just leave it. Because I still going to another one. Thank you, sirs. Please, can we give them a round of applause? I beg of you. As they come down, we will give them, there's a presentation, a little gift, a token from this wonderful summit. Thank you so much. So allow me to invite the representative of Honorable Kauje, the Chairman House Committee on Agriculture, who is ably represented here by the Deputy Chair House Committee on Agriculture, Honorable Kelechi Mwogo. He will be speaking to us for the next 3 minutes. Can we take the podium back, please? Engineer, can we take the podium back, please? For those who joined virtually, please do not forget you can leave your questions in the chat room. And for those of us who are present here with our tags, please, can we take this podium up, please? Look on the help me carry and go up. For those of us who are here with our tags, please, if you look behind the tag, there's a QR code behind it. You can scan it and get the event brochure for today and tomorrow. It also has the profile of each and every one that has spoken here today. The QR code is behind your tags, hanging around your necks. All right. Honorable Kelechi Mwogo, please, it is time for you to speak to us. Please, can we give him a round of applause, I beg of you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for this great opportunity. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our traditional rulers, if you permit me, I will stand on the existing protocol. My name is Honorable Kelechi Mwogo. I'm from River State, the treasurer base of the nation. And I'm here to represent my chairman, Honorable Kauje Bello. It is this with a profound sense of honor and deep responsibility that I stand before you today. I bring you warm greetings and support from the House Committee on Agriculture Production and Services, and indeed the entire House of Representatives under the purposeful leadership of our visionary leader, Right Tajuddin Abbas, GCON. A heartfelt welcome to all our esteemed participants. We have in this room the architects of policy, the drivers of implementations, and the very bedrock of our agricultural sector. Your presence here is a powerful testament of our shared purpose, commitment. We are gathered not just for dialogue, but to forge a unified front against our most pressing challenges, achieving genuine food sovereignty, building resilient, sustainable food system, generating nutrition security for every citizen, proactively addressing the impact of climate change, and fundamentally enhancing the welfare and prosperity of our farmers. We need to collaborate across sectors, across the political parties, and across the entire value chain, from the financier in Lagos to the innovator in Jalogu to the farmer in Oyo. Purpose, accountability, so that we can translate into law, into policy, and into tangible project that will change lives. I assure you, as legislators, we are going to act on that. As legislators, we are going to look into them all. We, as members of the National Assembly, especially the Committee of Agric, and we as members of National Assembly, especially the Committee of Agric, we are doing all our best to pass laws that will transform policies and laws like the one we are all doing today. Let me also, as a parliamentarian, thank everyone for coming here today. I listened to one of our, but there are also people that are capable. You will be charged to court and you will go to prison. Has that stopped stealing today? No. But there's also law for stealing. Now, does police also charge those people to court? No. Did they take them to prison? No. So it is not a function of the legislator to do all these things. Our own is to make those laws. And I can assure you that most of those laws have been made. So it will also be good for the executive to also help us. In fact, when I was sitting there, we were talking about policy. I said, are you sure I'm at the right place today to make this statement? But from what I have said today, I can assure you that when you bring, and as our constituent too, those laws we have seen that these laws are also updated, inform your representatives. They will bring it to the floor of the House and we will look into it and amend them when needed. Thank you and God bless everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, please can we give Honorable Kelechi Nwogo another round of applause for giving us the legislative perspective of the discourse we just had. I need to direct us to our attention to the screen behind me, to my left and my right. We have a short video feed that we're going to play for the next 1 minute or 1 minute and 30 seconds. Please enjoy.
the heart of Nigeria, a quiet revolution is taking root. A revolution fueled by dedication, innovation, and a profound commitment to feeding a nation. This is Mothers Farms Limited, where the future of agriculture is being seen, one grain of rice at a time. For years, Mothers Commodities has been a cornerstone of Nigeria's food supply, a trusted aggregator, ensuring essential goods reach our tables. But their vision extended beyond trade. They dreamed of a future where more of what we eat is grown right here by Nigerians for Nigerians, and that dream has blossomed into Mothers Farms. Alhaji Muhammad Yoden, the visionary behind this ambitious undertaking, saw not just land, but potential to nourish, to empower, and to build a sustainable future for his country.
Na kawo wannan lokacin ina so in yi noman nan, ina da zuciyan in yi noma in taimaki ƙasana da al'ummarmu na ƙasa.
Mothers Farms isn't just growing rice, it's cultivating lives. A key pillar of this initiative is the deliberate and significant employment of Nigeria's vibrant youth, and crucially, its resilient women.
Muna da mutane a yanzu sama da mutum 1,200, amma muna buƙatar a ce mutanen nan sun kai sama da mutum 5,000 ko 6,000. Tsakanin mata da maza da marayu wanda abubuwa na Boko Haram sun kore su, ba su da gidaje, ba su da inda za su zauna, za mu taimaka musu akan wannan noman da yake. A matsayin yanzu muna taimakawa mata da maza da yara ƙanana a cikin ƙarƙashin kamfanin nan Madus suke abubuwa na taimako suke samu.
Zuwa wannan kamfani da ya zo mana da wannan ayyukan da ya buɗa mana, mun yi godiya ga Allah. A shekarun baya Boko Haram ta zo mana muna cikin tashin hankali da mu da 'ya'yanmu da mazajenmu gaba ɗaya, amma yanzu kuma mun samu kwanciya hankali da ci gaba saboda abinci ya wadace mu yanzu, sauƙin tsadar rayuwa mun samu sauƙinta.
Da muna cikin yanayin wahala da zamantakewa, muna zuwa kasashen waje muna shan wahala, Niger ne, Libya ne, muna shan wahala. Kuma zuwa wannan kamfani mun samu taimako da ci gaba da iyayenmu da matanmu duk a shi muke rikewa yanzu. Don haka muna wannan kamfani godiya, mun fita cikin matsalolin wahalhalu. Don haka duk abin da muka samu yanzu a shi muke ci muke sha muke rike 'ya'yanmu. Makaranta ma da 'ya'yanmu mun gagara sawa, amma zuwan wannan kamfani mun samu muna sa yaranmu.
Wannan noman da nake yi a ƙarƙashi na before ina noma shatta 3,000 da taimakon Sterling Bank na karɓi facility mai 9% da aka bani. Noman na lanka shi na mai da shi shatta wajen 6,000. Yanzu ma da nake noman da cikin noman nan da nake ina da ƙarancin kuɗi, da zan samu kuɗi at least yanzu ina da fili ba wanda na noma wa, ina da land wanda nake so in noma shi sama da shatta 20,000 zuwa 25,000 ina da shi a ƙasa.
We see the dedicated farm hands not just harvesting, but carefully sorting and preparing the crops. This is where Mothers Farms' expertise in post-harvest management truly shines. They use modern techniques to minimize waste and preserve the quality of produce, ensuring every grain retains its nutritional value. The logistics are seamless, with produce moving swiftly from the field to the storage and then to the market. We see the direct impact of their work. Local families employed, training programs in sustainable farming, and partnerships that strengthens the local economy. The farm's corporate social responsibility (CSR) initiatives are visible in action, with a portion of the harvest being donated to local schools. Mothers Farms is not just cultivating crops, it is cultivating a better future for the entire community.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we give Mothers Commodities a round of applause, please, for feeding our nation and Africa? Now we've come to the fireside chat. To moderate this fireside chat is a distinguished gentleman with more than 22 years experience in payments, banking, and financial services. He has deep expertise in developing scalable solutions that enable financial access and digital transformation. He holds a master's in business administrations in France and marketing from the German University in Cairo and a bachelor's degree in economics. He's the vice president, growth segment at MasterCard. In this role, he leads partnerships and business and solutions development to drive growth and inclusion across markets globally. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not too busy, please welcome with me Adrabo is here. Please, can we give him a round of applause until he gets here? Two other gentlemen will be joining him. One of them is the head of Digital for Africa, OCP Africa. He joined them in 2016 and has risen to the position of the head of Digital for Africa. He has been responsible for different laudable initiatives like the Agric Booster, OCP School Lab, Farm and Fortune Hubs, Udongo and GIS Agri, a powerful AI-enhanced platform that integrates satellite imagery with field data to support governments, institutions, and farmers in optimizing agricultural practices. Please welcome with me Akintunde Akinwande, as he joins us here. Just behind him, allow me to invite the very dynamic agribusiness executive with over 15 years of progressive leadership experience spanning construction and agriculture. He is the current GMD and Chief Executive Officer at Askin Noma, one of Nigeria's fastest growing agribusiness enterprises committed to transforming food systems and securing Africa's agricultural future. Please, if your hands are not too busy, please welcome this national treasure, Mr. Michael Adeshola Adeoloa, GMD CEO, Askin Noma. Please, can we give this gentleman a round of applause, please? I leave you in the hands of our moderator, Ahmed Adrabo.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to start by thanking Sterling Bank for such an opportunity, amazing event, great partnership. And since I'm not Nigerian, but this is my 7th time in Nigeria, I want to thank also Nigeria. Amazing opportunities, great people, amazing food. So it's really great to be here. I am part of MasterCard company, not the foundation, because everybody asks me this question. And we've been known to be the largest payment network when it comes to payments. But also, we have a major focus on Africa. And for a very simple reason, Africa is the opportunity. When you look into the world population growth for the next 25 years, 50% of it will happen here in Africa. And by default, when you speak about Africa, I speak about Nigeria. So Nigeria is Africa also for us. We do a lot of work around digitization of economies, focus on rural economies, building strong payments ecosystems, and building strong partnerships, and this is the most important one. My vertical at MasterCard, we call it growth segment, and it's basically focused on how can we enable the underserved communities to be part of a digital economy, how they can come together, and how can we leverage our partners, how can we leverage technology to bring to them better value, better services, and get them to be included in the society of digitization and financial services. As part of one of our big audacious goals, we have a target by 2030 to reach 1 billion people to be part of the digital economy. And I guess this is not very different from what like OCP do or like Ozukinama Michael is doing. So today we're going to speak a little bit more around the very important stuff that you do, how you tackle this segment, and also how can we leverage technology to provide better service for people and do well in business by doing good for the people. Today I'm here with my partners, my brothers, very brilliant minds, distinguished professionals in the field of agriculture and business. And I want to start my first question to Aziki and Numa. We share these same concepts around how can we utilize digital solutions to enable the value chain players to do better business. So if you can help me understand more about how do you do this, how digitalization helped you to enable the value chain players, your business to grow, and also on the other side, what are the major challenges that actually hinders you from expanding and scaling digital tools?
All right, thank you so much for that wonderful question. And let me start by giving us three important nuggets that even if we forget everything that we came to do here today, I think it's important that we remember these three powerful words, right? One, if the brave does not lead, the weak will not follow, right? That is one. Two, what brought us here will not take us to where we need to be. What brought us here will not take us there. And three, food is the future. Food can be weaponized, and Africa needs to wake up, right? So back to your question, and I'm the group managing director for Agric. It will interest you that we cannot overemphasize the importance of technology to boost and crystallize agricultural development in Africa. And we need to see to it that we collaborate and then we pivot and we're able to utilize existing tools that are available across board to ensure that not only do we support smallholder farmers, we create an Africa that is self-sufficient in food production and we are closer to food sovereignty. I would give an example that is so very germane to Agric. I will take us back about 2.5 years ago, about during the previous administration, right? Towards the end, coming into this new administration, I'm sure that a lot of us are aware that there was a Naira redesign, right? And that Naira redesign disrupted the whole ecosystem because nobody saw it coming. And for us that we're in the business of financing smallholder farmers, right, we give them inputs, fertilizers, agrochemicals, climate smart agriculture, etc., right? And we expect that repayment would be at harvest, right? And we know how important it is to avoid default. You must be able to put the money on the hands of the farmers ASAP. Delay can cause a lot of issues, right? And we, for the foresight and forward thinking of Agric, we had already started having conversations with our PFI. And if MasterCard is not aware, MasterCard played a very tremendous role in solving these problems for us, right? We had already started discussing with our bankers, right, that it was risky for us to carry cash into the rural communities because of obvious reasons, right? And it is also causing us delays and defaults within the communities we are working with. And what we needed was to be able to bank our smallholder farmers, put them in clusters, do their complete KYF, and be able to pay them with just a single button and ensure that they can get their money as at when due. And we were fortunate that before the redesign kicked in partnership with our PFI and MasterCard, we were able to print 100,000 MasterCard ATM cards, right? So we put our farmers into groups, and while other players within the system was grappling with how they were going to solve payment issue and get their repayment, right, we were able to deploy these cards and we were able to pay our farmers quickly. It will interest you that that singular year alone, we got over 101 repayments. Because over 101 repayments from our smallholder farmers. That has never happened before. Right? And it is because we had to leverage technology, put the cards in the hands of our farmers, and because the farmers were able to go to all the e-channels within their community, right? They saw the money, and we should also let, something I want people to know is that farmers can actually save money. We discovered during that period that farmers were keeping more than 90% of that money. They just had to go to the e-channel, see the money was there, and they saved, and they were better off in the next year because they had enough savings. Not to bore us, we cannot overemphasize the need for technology and digital payments. Climate smart agriculture is important because of global warming. We need to rely on climatic information to ensure that we are able to provide agronomic and extension advisory timely to the farmers. Whether, we can leverage technology to know whether they need to use early performance seeds or late performance seeds. We can tell them, it's going to rain tomorrow, so we need to apply fertilizer today. Because if you apply it late, it's garbage in, garbage out. So also for us to also leverage AI, precision farming, I can go on and on. The future is technology, and the best we start adopting it and ensuring that we can cascade it down to the rural community, the better for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And it's very comforting to hear that financial inclusion efforts are also impacting the lives of people on ground, which is something big. And this also explains how can great partnerships come together and form and do an impact. I'm going to look to Keenan. Fertilizers are key when it comes to agriculture. A good fertilizer can double my yield, can make my life better. How digitization can help, especially that this is a very hard thing to do. The reach to the smallholder farmer, so how can you reach out to them? And also, there is a lot of customization because one size doesn't fit all. I need a fertilizer that fits my value chain, my harvest, my soil, the blend. So how actually digitization and what are the tools that you're using that can help facilitate this to the farmers?
All right, thank you, Ahmed. If I didn't know very well, I would think you work for OCP. Because you mentioned two critical words that are very important to us too at OCP. First is customization. We are a fertilizer company, but it's key for us to understand that at the bedrock of what we offer is customized and tailor-made solutions to farmers. And how do we do this? We have a principle we call the 4R principle that almost everybody in agriculture knows. But for us, the way we look at the 4R principle is how do we ensure that farmers have the right nutrients from, number one, the right source. Number two, they have it at the right rates. Rates are very clear. Number three, we're able to do it at the right time for them, for the farmers. And lastly, are we also able to ensure that the placement such that you are able to benefit from the nutrients in the soil is done properly. So if you look at that, that forms the bedrock of what we call our customization strategy. Because as a business, whether it's our products or the services that we offer, everything is tuned to ensuring that farmers get tailor-made services, nutrients that are required. The farmer does not have to deal with paying for more than he requires. That the nutrients that's required, and this is a function of a lot of agronomy and research. It means we spend years studying farmers, studying soils, studying crops, studying, climatic conditions within the country that we're in, which is Nigeria. And what we've done in terms of products and services is how do we customize our products? So today you find out that from OCP's plants, we have two plants running today in Kaduna and Ogun. we're able to produce best fit fertilizers for specific crops and specific soils. So we're able to say this farmer needs this type of fertilizer, and we're able to produce it. And I think that's a critical part of what digitization now helps to solve. So it's first important to understand the strategy that we're looking at, which is customization, and then understand how do we now use digitization to solve this. And I'll talk about 4 things very quickly. First is artificial intelligence. So one of the things we've worked on over the years, the last 2 years, is work on a geospatial information system. What does that do for us? That is, we use satellite imagery and an AI tool. So with machine learning, you are able to take, so imagine on a large scale, you are able to take, Nigeria sits on about 35 million hectares of arable land. Now it means that with technology, you can map the entire span of those 35 million just from a PC, understanding from satellite data. So a number of things. Number one, you can delineate parcels that are supposed to be for agriculture very easily. Secondly, you can map and identify crops. So you can say maize is planted here, rice is planted here. Thirdly, you can do a lot of what we call predictions. So whether it's yield or is there's going to be an infestation or whatever it is you can do. So building that system has helped us do a lot of things. And imagine that system in the hands of government, because what we're doing now is speaking to government of many countries. So imagine that system in the hands of government, where government is able to predict ahead of the season how much of the 45 or 35 million hectares is going to be planting rice, how much is going to be planting maize. How can we prepare for, how can we predict and say this is the total kind of harvest or volume of harvest we're going to have ahead? And we've used that in various forms. So that's artificial intelligence. Also, we're doing a lot around data collection. So we know that as much as we want to use satellite imageries and remote sensing data to be able to feed our system, we also still need ground truthing, which is getting data on the ground. So we have quite a number of means and projects where we used to gather data. So data of farmers, data about soils, data about crops. All those data we capture into a data platform, which we have worked on too. That's another level of technology. The last two, very quickly, is us also doing awareness and training. It's important that if you introduce new products, because customized solution is new in Nigeria, if you introduce new products, you also need to come along with that some level of education for farmers to manage change management as it is. So we're doing a lot around training. And lastly, we're also doing things around sales. So can we build a new digital channel for selling products? By the way, we're talking with MasterCard about developing, co-creating solutions that will target sales to farmers even in remote areas. And we're not talking Abuja. We're saying, how can we get close enough to that farmer with digital technology and access to products such that whatever it is that he needs, we're able to tell him what he needs, we're able to show him what he needs, which is very important, and then he's able to, we're able to provide availability of the kind of products that he needs. So that's pretty much what we've done as far as digitization is concerned, tied to our customization strategy.
Yeah, this is very promising, if we can say. Sorry. Hello? Yeah. Thank you. So it's amazing, and we are like very happy with the energy that we see from the partnership with OCP around how can we utilize a lot of the digital tools, AI tools, and then how we can link this to markets afterwards is very important, because what we have seen in different is that farmers, they don't have the know-how to grow which harvest because they don't know the market demand. So you see everybody going for maize, they are going to go all grow maize, then you have a lot of maize, prices go down, then it ends up in other system. Which takes us to a different angle of the equation. So usually when it comes to our business needs, we got dragged into the usage of technology, AI, payment solutions, revenue targets, and there is something which is very important that we also need to focus on, because most of the smallholder farmers are members of the underserved communities. So how can we leverage whatever we're doing to improve their livelihood? I see digitization as not only about convenience, it's the gateway for resilience and opportunity, and it's a necessity. When we started our projects around Farm Pass in East Africa, where we started to digitize farmers' records, get takers, bring in financial institutions, which we are trying to do in here, which we are trying to do here in Nigeria with the partnership with Sterling Bank, with OCP, and so forth. We started to see a good impact on the lives of the people. So when you give access to the farmers to better markets, they sell at a higher rate. They make better money. They are able to invest more in their piece of land by getting better inputs, or like educating their kids better, and so forth. So I want to ask you both, from your side, as Michael, on your side, as you engage with farmers on ground, what other things that you do that focus on the livelihood of the farmer, the household himself, his family? How can we touch on this? What can we do, and what you actually, from your experience? Same question also goes to OCP, because I know that you have also your sustainability targets on the other side.
All right, thank you so much for that question. But I'm also going to throw a question back to you, all right? The question is, do you use Google Maps? Do you use Google Maps?
Yeah, definitely.
Does everybody in this place, do we use Google Maps? Has Google Maps ever told you that you're on the wrong road? Has it ever told you you're on the wrong road? No. It will just redirect, reroute you until it can guide you safely back to where you are going to, right? What am I saying in essence is, yes, we might not be there yet, but we are not far as long as we are putting our best foot forward. So bringing it back home, what does Azikinoma do to change livelihood, right? It will interest you that before I forayed into this space, what I've always been hearing is, oh, farmers in Nigeria don't have the capacity to produce good quality products. That means the quality and quantity standard of multinationals, right? And they would rather go outside the shores of Nigeria, import, and then sell locally, right? And what are the challenges that was predominantly on the table? We heard the issues of aflatoxin, fumonisin, ochratoxin, blah, 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 and whatnot, and what have you, right? And research has shown that truly some of these toxins have elements of cancer and causes stunted growth in kids. And as little as ensuring that farmers do what we call proper sorting, after doing your Buka system, and then when you want to thresh, just sorting, just looking at the cobs that are probably growing algae or growing black and whatnot and what have you, making sure that you separate it, right? And probably that can go for animal feed, and the other one that goes for human consumption. Where am I going to is this: we undervalue the essence of good nutrition in health, in good health. You cannot have good health without consuming nutritious and healthy food, right? And we had to deep dive, get our hands dirty, to train farmers, build their capacity, give them certified seeds, and ensure that we handle them in ensuring and seeing to it that they meet the quality specifications and quality standards of the multinationals, and ensuring that they give good quality premium products. What does this help to tackle? One, we are able to solve local raw materials for local markets, right? And increasing their earnings and making sure that we can bring them from the bottom of the pyramid. Also, it will interest you that even after they are feeding all of us here, they are also now consuming good, nutritious, and healthy food, right? Because we have we have ensured to tell them, this is what you should consume. This is what is good for you, for your kids, and for your health. So they are not spending so much money in going to the hospital, not knowing what the challenges are, because they have seen that these grains that they are consuming has an adverse effect on their health. That is one. Two, we are providing market linkages, right? It is critical that guaranteed offtake must be part of whatever solution you're providing, because we cannot overemphasize the errors or the greediness that happens when middlemen are allowed to filter into the system. They underpay, they hoard, and whatnot and what have you. So, as the Kingdom has created a channel where we can link the goods of the smallholder farmers to premium markets, seeing to it that they earn good quality returns on their investments, and also building their capacity, training them, and ensuring that before we came into the space, an average hectare gives them about 1.5 tons per hectare. But today, we can confidently tell you that as the Kingdom has not only moved them from 1.5, they are hovering around 4.5 to 5 tons per hectare right now. And that is quite laudable, because we are seeing to it that not only are we using our clout to ensure that we partner with like OCP, for instance, Saro, and a host of others to get good quality inputs at affordable pricing, and ensuring that we link it up to them, because most farmers, for what you know, right, will go to the open market, right? They don't have the capacity to test adulterated fertilizers. They don't have the capacity to test adulterated agrochemicals, right? They will go, or they don't even have the capacity to identify quality certified seeds. So they'll just go to the open market, buy, and they will only review their chances of improving their lives after 3 months, seeing that it's garbage in, garbage out, right? So now all of this is a one-stop solution that we are bringing to the farmers, ensuring that not only do we support them so that we can take them from the bottom of the pyramid, we are improving their lives, creating sustainable and credible jobs along the value chains, and ensuring that our young women, youths, and less privileged are incorporated into the cluster to ensure that we have an Africa that is self-sufficient in food production.
Perfect. Akin, if you can also lean towards the, not from a sustainability perspective, I don't like the idea of the CSR, but I know that you do a lot of work on ground with the farmers. So what do you do actually leveraging even your existing lines of business to improve the livelihood of the farmers and our brothers and sisters in remote communities?
All right, thank you so much. The question said, how do we do well in business while ensuring that we do good for farmers? We would even take it a step higher and say, how do we do well in business, ensuring that we do right for farmers? Because it's not only what we define as good, it is being able to do it based on the data that you have gathered, the feedback you have gotten from farmers. So we're able to talk well with farmers and get that. Anyone will hear me talk about technology and say, all these plenty things you're talking about, how does the average smallholder farmer benefit from it? I always give an example. When Facebook started, a lot of us were posting a lot on Facebook thinking that we were the consumers or the customers. Not very quickly, we found out that we were the product. And the consumers or the customers were actually the people who needed to do adverts and who needed to do a lot of things. We're trying to do something similar in the Agric sector by saying, can we find somebody else who will pay for technology for farmers without the smallholder farmer having to pay for that technology? And an example, because I oversee about 12 of our African countries within the African continent, and one of the things we're doing in Rwanda is an example I just want to mention quickly. The Bank of Kigali came to us and said, you said you have a fantastic system, an AI system that helps understand the parcels of land of farmers. We want to loan to farmers, but we don't understand the farmers enough. We want to take risks. Institutions are taking the highest risks of all the value chain partners. We understand that. We need to take those risks with farmers. We need to lend to them, but we don't know them. We don't know if they are farmers. How does digital technology help us do that? And we said to them, we can do that easily. Now, with the GIS solution, what it means is that not only can you check what is done on a parcel now,
but you can check historical data and say over the last 3 years, this particular farmer, what has he been doing on this plot? How has his yield been on this plot? That data forms a credit score to which you can give the farmer and say, yes, you are due for loan, yes, you are not. That forms a better credit score than a lot of all the other assessments and psychometric tests we want to do, because that is data that shows exactly what the farmer has done on the piece of land over the last 3-4 years. And this is satellite data, which obviously is almost 99% accurate, because it says, oh, on this land, the farmer, all the farmer needs to come to the bank is to say, I have a piece of land, can we go and map out the land? And they collect the 4 coordinates of the parcel. That's all you need. We can now use AI and the technology to say, this farmer has been growing for the last 3 years corn, and this has been his average yield over the last 3 years. That forms credible information that the financial institution is able to use to now credit score the farmer and say, of these farmers, this person is a band A, this is a band B, this is this level of risk. So these are the kinds of things that we look at from a digital perspective to say, how do we ensure that farmers benefit from digital technology without having to directly pay for the digital technology, but being able to benefit from things like access to finance, access to products, and access to a lot of services.
Yeah, perfect, and I can't agree more, because when you look into the main need for smallholder farmers, it was financing. And now with all of the tools that we do have, and where MasterCard can come in the middle and facilitate around the payments, the spend controls, and all of the stuff that we can enable for lending to farmers, and control the spend of these farmers to be for inputs, so we ensure that the yield comes right and there is no abuse. I want to take this to like the closing question, which is basically, we spoke about digitization, what we can do to farmers better, and we've been very focused on digitization. But what beside digitization we can do to improve the agriculture value chain? And given that we have in the room a lot of like stakeholders, banks, policymakers, so what are the top 3 things besides digitization that we should like lean towards? I'll start with Michael, close with Akin, then I'm going to put the closing remarks.
All right, yeah, so thank you so much for that question, right? It will interest you that I got in from a conference in New York 2 a.m. today, right? And then it's the same things that we are talking about there, that we're talking about here is not different. It's not different at all. Where am I going to, right? We have to buy locally. What do we need to do to actually support smallholder farmers in Africa, in Nigeria? We need to prioritize buying locally. And I give it to the government of the day. As the Kingdom just signed a partnership with NAUDA, National Agricultural Land Development Authority. Their role is to be able to open 10 million hectares of land in Nigeria in 10 years. And they are implementing and managing partners for that project. However, in as much as that is a step in the right direction, I am of the opinion that the government is also making mistakes, right, by allowing importation of food into the country, right? It's taking 10 steps forward, 20 steps backward, right? Because if we import poverty into the country, and I love the word that the president used to make agriculture sexy, right? How can agriculture be sexy when farmers are wearing rags, right? When they cannot earn adequately well. So now, thank you, can clap, you can clap. Yeah, so it is important that we prioritize our own farmers, our own products, right? We cannot put our own food security into the hands of foreign entities.
100%.
Like I said in my opening, food can be weaponized, right? And we wouldn't want to put ourselves in a scenario whereby we are leaning on other countries. So what am I saying in essence is, let's buy locally, let's prioritize supporting smallholder farmers, not just by coming on stage speaking big English. Let us go to the field and ensure that we put our mouth where the money is.
Hakeem?
Yeah, and I'll just take it up from where you stopped. Let's stop speaking big English. The biggest part, and some of us don't know how to stop speaking English, but you see, the biggest part of what we need to do, I'll just talk about two things quickly. First is that I think we've stayed too long in city centers to solve the problem of agriculture. We need to go to where agriculture is happening. As a business, for example, thank you. As a business, for example, OCP has invested in 200 retail centers that are in farming communities. I'm not saying around, we're not saying major towns. I'm not saying the likes of PZ, but we're saying close enough, 10 kilometers away from core farming communities. These are aggregate centers where we can offer a lot of services to farmers. And this is us putting our foot on the ground. This is a retail last mile center that helps us go there. My first foray in trying to see digital technology to farmers happened in 2012, where we went to the bank to an area in Kaduna. But guess what? After speaking to all the farmers and telling them about all the many things we were going to do, there was no ground presence to follow up. Something like a retail center, a place where there is marked out. And by the way, OCP is opening its 200 retail centers to as many partners that are ready to manage them. We don't want to manage them alone. Can we go together with a bundle of services to farmers? Can we open this shop and call it MasterCard, OCP, Azikinoma, Sterling Retail Outlet?
We will.
But let's just ensure that that outlet becomes the one-stop shop where any farmer whatsoever can walk up to and find products, find inputs, find training, find finance, find everything in just one single bundle. And it leads to the second thing I was going to talk about, which is partnerships. There's no way you can do that bundle without partnerships. So we can partner together. That single institute or that single house can also have agents of banks. You can have banking agents, rural agents, who will do cash in, cash out transactions with farmers. Let's find a way to come together as private sector players of different angles of what we do and come together and offer just one single bundle offering to these people we call smallholder farmers. Thank you.
Couldn't agree more. Actually, what Akin was saying is basically what we're trying to do. So one of our platforms called Community Pass. It's basically a pass for the community. We want to go to the remote community. We try to act as a hinge to connect different players together. How can we get input providers with bankers, with off-takers and lenders? So for me, the top three things that can enable us besides technology and digitization, first of all, government partnership and government will. That's one thing. The second thing is, as you said, we need to be there. You can't be here. So you gotta go remote, you gotta be closer to them. The third thing is education, capacity building, putting the effort to educate all of the smallholder farmers. The new generation is something very important. I don't know if you have enough time or not for questions, but yeah, we can take one question if any. If not, we can.
We can only take two questions, please. Forgive me.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mohammed. I'm from TMA Rice. I would like to start by commending Arzikinoma and the other company. I believe you've been doing so much to support the smallholder farmers. Coming from the commercial agricultural perspective, I'm afraid this upcoming dry season, we had an analysis in our farm. What we realize is due to the plummeting price of agricultural commodities, for rice, which is our main concern, if you are not able to get at least 5 metric tons per hectare, believe you me, you'll be operating at a loss this season. Now, I don't know how the smallholder farmer will be able to accommodate that. Because if the price is not right, as the president said, agriculture is not sexy. It's not attractive. So the price must be right. If you get the price, people will troop in. So that's just the simple arithmetic. And then you support with the technology, the farm mechanization service, and so on and so forth. we, on our farm, we do an in-grower program. We provide those services, extension services, and all that. But the concern is the smallholder farmers. How do we make agriculture attractive to them? Because this upcoming season, I don't know. So maybe the panelists will attend to this.
Well, you couldn't have said it better, right? A lot is going on right now within the agribusiness space in Nigeria, but I'm happy that this forum is targeting policymakers, is targeting policymakers, industry champions, and what I would just say is we need to collaborate more and form a pressure group, right? For me, there are 3 P's that I've been hearing everywhere, public-private partnership. But I feel the word public can be misused, right? Yeah, so I would rather go for policy-private partnership. And that policy speaks one thing. Governments have to make the right laws to allow private sector drive, right? And with little or no direct influence, right, to now disrupt the ecosystem. It is only with private sector that you can have sustainability and continuity, because governments will come and go whether they like it or not. So what I will just say is, I agree with you that the problem persists, but there is one line or sentence that has been keeping me hope, which I think I will borrow to as many people as possible. And it goes this way. A door is larger than a padlock, right? A padlock is larger than a key, right? A key that is the smallest of them all has the power to actually open an entire house, right? What does that tell you? That we just need thoughtful, simple solutions, no matter how small it is, to open or solve a big problem. We need to be innovative, right? We need to also start seeing to it that don't go as just one private profit organization. Let us all come together as one, right? As the Kinoma doesn't necessarily have to be the one that will do all the activities within the system. OCP cannot do it alone. MasterCard cannot do it alone. Yes, we are all fighting for the smallholder farmers. But at the end of the day, I think also the DFIs, the PFIs also have a critical role to play. Because, for instance, I say it without any recourse, prime lending rate in Nigeria is ridiculous. There is no way we want to continue to lend at the rate we are lending right now and expect transformation or change to happen. Yes, are we on our way there? Probably yes, but can we do better? Yes. So for me, I would employ everyone within this sector. As the Kinoma can only do a bit that we can, but with all of us here, let us in our rooms, in our community, let us see what we can do to save the soul of sustainable development agric in Nigeria. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yusuf Balaiko. I'm the CEO of Derisking Global Exports. So my question goes like this. In Nigeria here, we import over $10 billion of imported goods, bringing it to Nigeria. So how can we, as a nation, build a resilient system that can guarantee that farmers can get profit and can get the right access to markets? And you also mentioned about, artificial intelligence, GIS, precision and all that. How can we, you have seen what Kenya is doing, you have seen what China, Germany are doing out there. How can we replicate this here in Nigeria? And if we are going to replicate it, what are the systems need to be put in place so that we can have a better value chain in terms of the agricultural products and, systemization? So that's my question.
Thank you very much. Fantastic question. I think the greatest thing we need to do, we have talked about already, but I'll just reiterate it, which is we all need to co-create solutions. The reason why the financial institutions are not lending enough is because the risk in agriculture is still too high. Let's be honest with ourselves. The risk is too high. You are lending to a man you don't know, a man whose only asset is the farmland that he sits on. The risk is still high. How do we all get together and de-risk agriculture? And this is not just about NESAL or about whatever institution of government. How do private sector players come together and de-risk agriculture? And one of the things I mentioned earlier is bundle offering. Because what happens in bundle offering is you save your costs in reaching the same farmer, but also because productivity is a function of many things and not just one, it means that all the aspects, all the key items that dictate productivity is covered. So what we are saying to you, our young farmer up there, is that we as private sector players need to do more. We need to come together and co-create solutions. We need to find flexible payment systems that help. We always say farmers don't take loans, and it's not true. Farmers take loans every time. As huge as some of the interest rates we talk about are, they still take them. Because they are not just doing the culture of agriculture, of what they call Agric, they are doing what we call agri-business, because it's a business. If I take a loan, as long as I'm able to get productivity that pays back my loan, I will take it again. The problem is if I take a loan and I'm not able to pay back my loan because my productivity is not good enough, or the market forces or market pricing is not done enough. So here, my solution is simple. Private sector needs to come together. We need to sit down, we need to co-create solutions, something that we can do together and reach the same set of people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Akin. So in a nutshell, and I would say it in a summary, it's a public-private partnership. It's a private-private partnership. It's an ecosystem build-up. It's flexibility and tolerance to try to work together to come up with new solutions and try to benefit each other. Please put your hands together to Akin and Michael. Been great to be here today. Thank you so much. You still have a question? Where is it?
To the gentleman who wants to ask the question, please, you need to forgive us. We need to take this one. It's from our virtual audience. Please, you may be seated for just a second. Forgive us. This is from Oche Anthony. In the face of ongoing food importation and dip in agriculture produce, what are possible cushions the input side of the value chain may likely produce to keep farmers profitable?
Yeah, we both can. So what he's saying basically is how do input providers help to cushion these things? And I'm glad the president of FEPSAN is here. For us as input providers, we are working on tailored solutions. And tailored solutions means, can we find better ways to finance inputs? The cost of raw materials is high everywhere in the world. We know that for certain. It's not just Nigeria, it's the same. The Russian war has affected the cost of input and materials that have come into Nigeria. But how can we be flexible around whether it is the SKUs, whether it is the combination of the nutrients? Because, for example, we're working with a lot of aggregators, and one of those aggregators came and said, I cannot afford this product. Yes, I know it is the best for the farmer, but I cannot afford it. Can we find an intermediary combination that ensures that the farmer gets maybe 5 tons as aggregate or as a target, but will cost less because we are able to customize the
products that we make across to farmers, and we were ready to do that. So we are very open to doing things like that, and I'm sure a lot of our other partners and co-input providers, especially fertilizer producers, are also willing to do that. So we're willing to find products that will be cheaper for farmers, because we know that it's getting very expensive. Some years ago, you could buy a bag of fertilizer for 5,000. It's almost 60,000 right now for quality fertilizer. So the prices have gone up. But what can we do around customizing those solutions, ensuring that we do not lose out on quality, but that still we can give farmers some level of promise as a brand to say, use this product, use this combination, and you can get this level of productivity. So that is our own way of co-creating solutions that will work for farmers.
Yeah, and I guess also it's became very vital for banks now to look into this segment differently, to try to build new creative solutions on how to tackle the segment from a lending perspective.
That's right.
Because what has been working for the past 10, 15 years will not work now. We need to look into this differently. How can we leverage alternative data methods? How can we leverage alternative data scoring, what we call surrogate programs, and do some sort of controls around it? Any closing remarks from you, Michael?
Well, I think I've exhausted everything in my head. But just to add to what both of you have said, I still believe that technology is the way out, right? Sometimes a lot of small farmers make mistakes, right? And the mistake is simple. Some of these things are very small things that we overlook. Soil testing, as small as it is very important. So you don't need to overuse or underuse. Sometimes you might not necessarily need to reapply fertilizer the next farming season, or so that you go for tailored solution. Your EOP does not necessarily have to be the same year in, year out, right? So that you can bring it down after doing the adequate testing to identify, okay, I need this level of fertilizer, I need this level of agrochemicals. Also, it will interest you that we need to also tackle post and pre-harvest losses, right? Which is also contributing significantly to the bottom line of the food on the table of Nigerians, right? So now, what am I saying in essence is, how do we leverage climate smart agriculture to ensure that we are not just wasting fertilizers, we are not wasting seed, and we are not wasting our labor in the fields. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you so much. Been great. Please put your hands together to Akina, Michael. It's been a very insightful session. And
thank you so much. Just before you leave, may I invite my Oga at the top to please join us here to make the presentation. We have a little gift for our panelists and also the moderator. A quick announcement. For those who registered as VIP online on the ASA platform, please check your emails. We have an important information we sent to you, and we need you to act accordingly. And for those who registered as a VIP physically here today, please check your emails. We have an information that has been sent to you. Kindly act accordingly. Thank you so much. Once again, if you love to get the brochure of this summit, all you need to do is scan the QR code behind your tag, and then you will get everything on the brochure. Once again, can we give our distinguished gentlemen a round of applause, I beg of you. We have to move with the speed of light now. We go to the second session for today. Allow me to invite our moderator, Mr. Mohammed Alihu, as he makes his way to the stage. Let's give him a round of applause, I beg of you. Mr. Mohammed Ali is the Senior Country Officer for Nigeria at International Finance Corporation, IFC, the private sector arm of World Bank Group. He leads high-level private sector engagements in this capacity and collaborates closely with senior government officials and international development organizations. His focus includes fostering new business opportunities and supporting the structuring and negotiating of complex deals to promote economic development in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give our moderator a big round of applause, I beg of you. And he will be joined by a passionate agripreneur and forward-thinking leader helping to transform Africa's agricultural landscape. Africa's agricultural landscape, one innovation, one farmer, and one solution at a time. He has over 10 years experience in the business world. Bountiful has built a dynamic career that blends sales, entrepreneurship, policy engagement, and innovation. His journey started in sales, where he developed a deep understanding of how to connect products with people and real-world needs, skills that have served him well across every stage of his career. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not too busy, please welcome with me Bountiful Atako from Alana Green Limited. To join them is the co-founder and CEO of Baban Gona, Kola was a managing director and CEO of subsidiary in the Notre Group, one of Nigeria's leading agricultural conglomerates, where he led the development and execution of Notre's commercial strategy across West and Central Africa. He led the effort to raise $130 million in equity. He brings significant leadership experience in corporate finance, business and development, sales and marketing, product development and operations across 4 continents with multiple global companies, including GE, Noto and Abuben, listed as one of the top 10 stocks of the decade by Linga. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not too busy, please welcome with me Kola Masha. Oh, okay. Kola Masha has joined us online. Kola, can you hear us? I believe we should split the screen so that we can have Kola, we can see him. To our next panelist, another distinguished Nigerian in the operations lead at Ecotulu Limited, where she plays a key role in streaming and optimizing companies' day-to-day activities to enhance efficiency, sustainability, and customer satisfaction. She's deeply passionate about developing practical, innovative approaches to reduce post-harvest losses and advance environmental friendly systems. Her work reflects a steadfast commitment to using technology and data insights to drive real, measurable impacts in Nigeria's food value chain. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not too busy, please welcome with me Adejoke Nofio, COO Ekotolu Limited. Can we keep clapping for her till she gets here? So our next panelist is the co-founder and CEO of Thrive Agric. Thrive Agric Limited, a leading agricultural technology company based in Nigeria, passionate about ensuring food security. He co-founded Thrive Agric in 2017 with a vision to build an Africa that feeds herself and the world by linking smallholder farmers to finance, data-driven best practices, and access to local and global markets for their commodities. Please welcome this distinguished gentleman, Mr. Uka AJ. Ladies and gentlemen, you are most welcome. As I leave in the hands of, there's one more person. Forgive me. Dr. Olushola Obikaye, Group Head for Agriculture and Solid Minerals Finance at Sterling Bank. Okay, and the last one is an operations officer at International Finance Corporation, IFC. He leads digital and agriculture finance upstream advisory projects in Central Africa. He joined IFC 4 years ago and has been focusing on enabling technology-driven technologies for financial inclusion and food security. He is the Nigeria focal point for IFC's Africa Agriculture Accelerator Program. Please welcome with me the Operations Officer, International Finance Corporation, Sekongo Kolopin.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stand on the already well-established protocol. The day is far gone, but still welcome you to our panel discussion on empowering smallholder farmers, innovation and partnerships for sustainable food security. As introduced by the moderator, my name is Mohammed Aliyu and I am the Senior Country Officer for the IFC Lagos, Nigeria office. And please, you permit me, since I have the floor, to say a bit about IFC and its position in the World Bank Group. So the World Bank Group has a number of companies. Firstly, we have the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development and the International Development Association. This is colloquially known as the World Bank. It is the public sector facing arm of the group and is lending backed by sovereign guarantees. Then we have the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, which provides political risk insurance, which promotes cross-border investments. Then there's the International Finance Corporation, IFC, which is the part of the group where myself and Sekongo sit. This is the largest private sector facing development finance institution in the world. IFC funds projects that have a developmental impact on their own merit and the credit risk profile of the promoter. IFC is not a grant-making institution. It's a commercial lender with a developmental lens. We currently have a portfolio of about $1.34 billion in Nigeria. Regarding the topic of today's panel, agriculture and food security, we have invested in LMA fertilizers, John Vent Cocoa, robust international, and are providing financing to financial institutions and architects to further enable the ecosystem. So, back to the topic at hand. Smallholder farmers are central to food security and world economic stability. 80% of the global food production is done by smallholder farmers. 2/3 of the population in low-income countries are one way or the other involved in agriculture. Coming back home to Nigeria, smallholder farmers represent between 30 to 35% of the workforce in Nigeria, and 70% of the population is still involved in agriculture. Despite their large numbers, they face persistent challenges that sabotage their potential. These include limited access to finance, often due to lack of collateral, insufficient documentation, which restrict their ability to invest in outputs and expand operations. There's also the knowledge and skill gaps exacerbated by almost non-existent extension services. The impact of climate change in Nigeria is very evident, with farmers experiencing more frequent and severe disasters such as flood and drought, often without access to adequate insurance or risk management tools. Market fragmentation further compounds their difficulties, as many operate at subsistence levels and lack access to broader markets, making them vulnerable to shocks and unable to benefit from economies of scale. As we all know, security issues continue to bedevil the nation, especially in the key food-producing regions, disrupting agricultural activities and threatening the livelihoods for smallholder farmers and their families. The goal of this panel is to discuss innovative approaches to addressing these challenges in a way that powers smallholder farmers as drivers of food system resilience. Thank you. So, Mr. Sekongo, the first question will be to you. Let's begin with a broad perspective. Are we at an inflection point regarding food security in Africa? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mohammed. It's a privilege to join this conversation on the food security future of Africa and how we might empower smallholder farmers, to drive that future. A lot has been said already since this morning. I wouldn't want to re-emphasize, what has been said, but quickly to your question, I would say that Africa is indeed at a critical junction, when it comes to the food security challenge. There has been a convergence of shocks, that have been mentioned here that severely impacted the agriculture sector and intensified the food security gap in Africa. This includes climate-related shocks, droughts, and so on. Also, insecurity, and displacement is impacting. Besides all the markets, global disruptions. Someone mentioned the war in Ukraine and how it's impacting, the supply chains. I think it's also worth acknowledging that significant effort has been made to improve food production in Africa. But the reality is that we have not yet been able to keep up with the pace of population growth. Africa continues to import about $100 billion of food every year, and key commodities like rice, maize, wheat are still largely imported, and the world is still projected to double its food production by 2050, and Africa is not an exception. I think we are at a junction that the food security challenge is meeting other key challenges. For example, the issue of job creation. You mentioned that 2/3 of the workforce is employed in the agriculture sector. In the next 10 to 15 years, about 400 million of young African men and women will be entering the labor markets. And agriculture is still expected to absorb a significant number of these new workforce entrants. So which implies that, supporting and transforming agriculture to really improve food productivity, but creating jobs is critical. And we need to do so in a way that keeps the smallholder farmer at the center of our solutions design. And we cannot overemphasize the role technology can play in this. 80% of farmers in Africa are smallholder farmers, and we cannot think of serving and aggregating smallholder farmers without leveraging technology. And at the World Bank Group, the tone has been given, by our president this year, launching a flagship initiative called Agric, with the aim to mobilize the firms, the finance to serve the farm. It's a shift, an ecosystem shift in how we really want now to address the agriculture sector. So this is to say that there is momentum, and we really need to take advantage of this momentum and create concrete solutions that leverage local expertise, technology in order to achieve the food security and close the gap. So this will be my take for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sekongo. You can encourage him. So the next speaker, according to the flow, was to have been Kola Masha, but he's having some connectivity issues, so we'll skip him. Whenever he's able to reconnect, we'll come back to him. So Mr. Bountiful Atako, so your company, Alana Green Limited, is known for providing mechanization to farmers at the last mile. Can you walk us through what ripple effects they are and what innovation is being created on the ground? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for
thank you for your question. To put some context to it, I think to lay the bedrock of where we're coming from as a business and why we do what we do at Alana Green, it's important to bring everybody up to speed. So today, agriculture accounts for 52% of Africa's employment, which means on a layman basis, Agric is the most viable sector across the continent, right? Because it's employing more than half of the continent, right? It's also important to note that in the continent today, we have over 80% of businesses being small and medium-sized businesses. So smallholders fall into that segment of the continent as well. Now, in Nigeria, as we know, smallholder farmers account for over 80% of our workforce, of our labor force. So with TGI, Dangote, flour mills, all the conglomerates, they still don't, they come nowhere close to the land area that the smallholders grow. So they are indeed the most important players in the value chain, if you look at that. Now what we've done at Alana is to look at a coordinated approach at providing solutions for farmers. And what we did was to move our farmers into cooperatives. For us, it made simple sense, for scale, of impact. A singular farmer cannot afford our services. We provide mechanization, tractor services, harvesting services. We also do those linkages. Businesses that are typically able to afford us, businesses like the flour mills, like the Green Hill Agric products. So blue chip companies. Now that cost on a smallholder farmer, like the last speaker came today from OCP said, isn't right, because there's a lot of cost. However, if we're able, and what we have done is group them in cooperative, clusterize them, deploy same solutions, and then split the costs across the individuals of that cooperative. That way, the farmer is having access the same way as Dangote, like I've said, or flour mills, is going to still access technology, but in a more coordinated, coherent approach. Now, we've also seen that because they're in a group, it's easier to push down sustainable practices, good agronomic practices, climate smart practices to them as a body, because they can clearly tell or measure how they are progressing one with another. So I give you an instance. If I go to farm with farmer A from last year, and he did 1.5 hectare, and because Alana has come this season to engage, finance, and provide services to my neighbor, who farmer A in this case, who was doing 1.5 tons, and today that farmer is able to hit 2.5, for instance, or 3 tons per hectare. I can clearly tell that there's growth, there's progress, and this partnership is heading somewhere. Now, a lot of us don't understand really why it is risky to lend to the farmer. I think the only risk to lend to the farmer is the farmer not breaking even, not getting the yield expectation. The math is simple. If the financing costs me 2 tons of yield for output, or 3 tons of yield as output to pay you back, and I am harvesting 1.5 tons or 2 tons, I'm definitely not going to pay you back, because I have competing needs. My health is there, my children's fees is also something to be factored in. I have needs to compete with that, so the loan automatically is a default. However, if I'm able to train, support you, co-create with you, and monitor you through that season and ensure that the expected yield hits what we have projected before the season, and you are able to become profitable, you have a responsibility to repay that loan, because you're not going to leave a solution that is already working. So what we've done at Alana today is to have a mix of capacity building and training, driving the penetration and usage of technology, because oftentimes we misinterpret the tool or we misuse the tool. So there's a difference between penetration of technology, and there's a difference between usage as well. It might get down to the last mile, and people will hear about it, but they might not adopt. And some might adopt and not use afterwards. And so we have been able to move the farmers to a point where there's a shift in mindset, which is very important, to say, look, businesses like yours, now in a cooperative sense, can have the benefits that large farms, blue chip companies also have, if we are able to clusterize, have a coordinated approach through data gathering and digitalization, access financing, adopt sustainable practices, we can make a headway. So we've done that in Bauchi with Mbola Women Financial Cooperative, supporting them with access to fertilizer credit, machineries, and market linkages, and it's scaling, across cooperatives that we're working with. Now we found that farmers are indeed ready to adopt technology. The challenge is we as companies working at the last mile need to build more trust within us and the farmers so that they're able to move from what they had known, which is the past in farming, into what we're discussing today, the sexy agriculture, the technology-inclined agriculture, the climate-friendly agriculture, and we will see the innovations happening. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contributions. I think you gave me the perfect segue to my question for Mr. Uka AJ of Thrive Agric. Mr. Bountiful, I think in his last point, he was making a point about changing the practices of the past and bringing the farmers into the future, into the 21st century. And to me, this speaks about extension services. Traditionally, extension services have been a public sector responsibility. However, these are almost non-existent, which has led to a rise of companies like yours, Thrive Agri. So can you share how your organization promotes newer techniques like climate-smart agricultural practices among smallholder farmers? And if you can tell us about some of the most promising techniques you've been able to innovate on the field. Thank you, Mr. Oka.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the question. And also, I must say thank you to the Sterling Bank team for having me, and also greetings to all my speakers here. So, what we do at Thrive Agric beyond access to input financing is essentially working on multiple ways to increase the yield of the smallholder farmers by providing extension service, taking a cue from what you have said and what Bountiful, I got the name right, said. And the focus for that is, as he said, the smallholder farmer essentially is a businessman, right? And as a business, the first way to profit is to understand that you are dealing with a businessman or a businesswoman, right? And when you approach your work with the farmer from that perspective, it helps you to understand the responses that can come from them and how to model your business to be able to relate with that businessman, right? And right from onboarding, are you onboarding a business person or you're onboarding someone who's used to NGO support? Are you onboarding a business person or you're onboarding someone who really doesn't care or just wants to trade with the supports you give them by way of input, right? And that may find a lot of things, especially a lot of things that are I will call them basic fundamentals, as well as dealing with farmers. Now, embedded in our extension services is beyond just advisory, but one of the things that we struggle to ensure we imbibe, which is gradually scaling, is the ability to introduce climate-smart techniques for the farmer, because we've been doing that for about 8 years now. And some of the things we regularly see is the inability of farmers to get access to inputs, right? Or, I mean, for some who are not able to get access to the amount of input that is enough for the size of the land, the only approach, and the best approach, is to see how they can leverage regenerative practices to be able to scale up productivity. So why is climate smart important? I think it's famous to note that when the purpose of the thing is not known, abuse is natural to happen.
And climate smart farming is primarily for productivity for the farmer and also preservation of the climate, right? And we do this by introducing multiple practices like agroforestry, silviculture, the planting of commercial economic trees within the perimeters of the farmer's farm, and as I mentioned, agroforestry within the regions where the farmers are farming. And practices like minimum tillage and mulching to be able to retain the water contents because of the rising temperature in these regions, right? So we partner with a lot of stakeholders to be able to understand different geography needs. There are some regions that have continued rainfall that leads to flooding. Some other regions have issues around droughts. So we leverage these techniques to be able to know what are the tailored to use climate agriculture or methods to be for the farmers. For instance, we partnered with the organization called Open by Rabobank to be able to do silviculture and agroforestry. The goal was simple. For every of the farmers we were working with, the goal was to encourage them to raise economic trees. And that was important for them by way of getting access to alternative resources beyond farming. And if this wasn't important, and because we had to do this and we noticed the body language, if this wasn't important to the farmer, adoption was going to be almost impossible. So it took a lot of education, letting the farmers know why this was valuable to them. When they saw money, when they saw the value, adoption improved. We started this 2 years ago. But for other farmers who experienced droughts, we also did a lot of education to let them see that most of the waste, like leaves and some grasses within the regions where they were working with, we partnered with Toba to be able to do this. We can be able to retain the soil moisture content. And why is this important? This leads to the second point, to be able to encourage productivity, right? There's a point the farmer agriculture becomes toiling as opposed to a mechanism for profit. And our job is to discourage that. The job is to ensure that every relationship with the smallholder farmers affords them opportunity to see that profits can be made. So this is the reason why this technique that we've been doing over the years has been very critical to ensure that it's not just success for us alone, because the work with smallholder farmers should be bilateral. I make money, you make money, right? But you can't make money if they're going to lose. Just like Bountiful said, if a farmer, if you see default, it's primarily because the farmer is not making money. But if the farmer is making money, then we are going to smile, right? So the focus is to ensure that I increase productivity, not just 1 ton, right, to above 1 ton, 3 tons, 4 tons, 5 tons. I mean, there are numerous activities, there are numerous examples, not just in Nigeria, across Nigeria, where we are seeing a lot more tonnage that we see here. And I think that gradually we are seeing progress. We are seeing, and this progress is because of the adoption. And we are seeing, let me use your name now, bountiful harvest, right, with the approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think our online panelist has been able to connect, Mr. Kola Masha. So Kola, thank you for joining us. You just give us one round of questions for the next panelist, then we'll come to you to give you a bit of time to just get some more context. So the last 2 speakers have spoken about ways to increase farmer yields. It's very good. This is the way to make farming more attractive, more productive, and more of a dignified job. However, depending on which statistics you use, reports are between 40 to 60% of produce is lost post-harvest. And this is due to a multiplicity of factors, chief among which are poor storage facilities and then lack of adequate transport and logistics. So, Ms. Adejoke of Eco22, what is your company doing regarding post-harvest losses? I mean, what role do value chain partnerships play in ensuring access to market for smallholder farmers and solving key issues like post-harvest losses? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so Adejoke once again, thank you for the platform. So Eco22 is a clean tech company that helps businesses in the agricultural sector for affordable, accessible, and sustainable cold storage solutions. So currently in Eco22, we have different methods for the post-harvest losses. So we have cold storage solution, pay-as-you-chew model, logistics tools, collaborations, and partnership. So for the solar cold storage solutions, most of them are outrightly, and we also leverage on use of cooperatives, like Bountiful said. So there are some farmers who can't afford those outright cold storage solutions. So we reach out to cooperative, financial institutions, so they pay with time. So that model is lease to own model. So you can have that storage in like maybe in your farmland, maybe private cluster of farmers. So you now service the loan back to the financial institution. So for the pay-as-you-chew model, that is 100% run by Eco22. In this form, we've identified clusters, farmlands, and also open markets where these cold storage solutions are needed, where you pay a token of 200 or 250 naira per crate. And in a crate, we have about 15 to 20 kg, where you pay 250 for just 24 hours. For our logistic tools, so we have from farm to fork, where you have our cold trucks, our cold tricycle, and our cold bikes, and our cooler bags. We sell from the smallholder farmers to the large-scale farmers. And for our partnership and collaboration, so we've collaborated with NGOs, financial institutions, the likes of GIZ, with also sensitization program, which is the use of plastic crates, because that is very important in post-harvest losses. A lot of people think because I can transport 100 kg, 50 kg of tomatoes in my raffian basket, I'm going to have enough. No, you are having almost 40% loss from that process. So we've been able to identify, we've been able to do training, sensitization with the use adoption of plastic crates. So that's where we are at this point. So except you have any other questions for me. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So I think now we can go to our online panelist, Mr. Kola Maisha. Maybe just to give you some more context, the speakers before you, starting with Mr. Sekonko of IFC, gave a broader perspective of the food security challenge in Africa and Nigeria. Mr. Bountiful Atako spoke about mechanization. Mr. Oka spoke about extension services. And then Ms. Adejoke spoke about how to mitigate post-harvest losses. So Mr. Masha, my question to you has to do around farmer aggregation. What are the biggest hurdles in building and sustaining successful farmer aggregation models? And what are the innovations Babangola is employing to overcome them? Thank you. Hear you. Just give us a bit of time. We're having some audio challenges. Technical crew. Okay, caller, please, can you speak so that we know if the issue has been sorted? All right, I guess in the interest of time, we'll continue. When he's back online, we will come back to him. So, Mr. Sekongro, access to finance. You work with IFC. So can you tell us what the specific programs or partnerships IFC has initiated to enable access to finance for smallholder farmers? And if you have any example of impacts, please let us know. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. Yes, access to finance is one of the key issues when it comes to agricultural sector development. Across Africa, only 4%, I think I should be more audible now. So only 4% of the formal financial flows goes to the agriculture sector, and this does not match with the reality and role that agriculture plays in our economies. To say that this subject has been placed at the core of how the World Bank Group intends to tackle the issue of agricultural finance and food security. I mentioned the AgriConnect flagship initiative. So it is a pledge by the World Bank Group to double its annual commitment to the agriculture sector to 9 billion globally. And under this program, there are initiatives that are driven by different arms of the World Bank Group. So the IFC has developed what we call the Agriculture Accelerator Program, the Africa Agriculture Accelerator Program, which is an ambition, to leverage technology to enable smallholder farmers increase food productivity of farm. And the role we have to play is to ensure that we facilitate private sector financial inflows. So how do we do that? I think there are great initiatives that have been described here. Our aim is really to facilitate partnerships between agri-tech companies like agtechs with financial institutions to serve smallholder farmers. And why agri-tech? I think it's important that we emphasize. Someone described it. It also changes our approach of agri-finance and how we want to engage with the financial sector moving forward. So we believe in the power of agri-tech to de-risk smallholder farmers lending in many ways. Someone has described how an agtech today is able to identify the right farmer, the right farm, the right quantity of input, quality of input. So through consistent mapping and profiling, we are able to ensure that the farmer we are financing has the required experience and the data gathered around the farmer is relevant and credible enough to rely on for making lending decisions. This is one thing. A key gap in agri-finance is the monitoring. Who is going to monitor the loan? It's not the financial institutions all the time, which is not structured appropriately. To market, ensuring that what is produced to market, ensuring that what is produced is already contracted and sold. And all of this packaged into digital platform brings data to the financial institution. I don't think that this is news to most of us here. The new thing is that we, through the Africa Agriculture Accelerator Program, are aiming to bring it down to reality. That is why we are in the process of approving, and we have tested this, and I can tell a story. I know we are out of time, but someone said we need to be concrete, we need to be factual, and when it comes to this subject, I tend to become passionate because it's intrinsically linked to our quality of life here. In Senegal, for example, we've piloted this initiative where we put a guarantee in a bank, we bring an agtech, we present a program where the bank needs to finance the agtech, the seeds and mechanization and so on. It turned out that, when it was time for planting, the bank had not had its credit committee. So planting season starts in June. The bank decides in March. So the credit comes on late. Farmers, they get input on the market. And then the crop is exposed to the rainy season, and ensuring that the financing is mapped to the calendar or cycle of the agriculture, and that we make the financing work for grow that. We want to scale that, and we are happy to talk more and support further this discussion. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Sokongo. I think what I've taken away from you is that IFC works through partnerships, and you've given me the good entry point to a very valuable partner, Sterling Bank. As a Nigerian, not as a client of yours, I think your bank is really a very innovative bank. It is willing to dare where others stall. As the general discourse has been from this morning, agriculture is perceived as a very risky area to make investment, but you are daring the way by using innovation. So we thank you for that. So maybe you would like to tell us how Sterling Bank is leveraging innovations and partnerships to support smallholder farmers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'll just go ahead and tell the story because I am now very sensitive to the big English statement that has been hashtagged today. Quite a number of what we have done or are doing have already been alluded to at one course or the other of the conversation. For us in Sterling, we hold the smallholder farmer in a very significant esteem. For all intent and purpose, you will agree that they form the fulcrum for food security, even as we speak. A lot of people will want to bookmark or benchmark how agrarian economies in Africa kind of don't really match what we have perhaps in the temperate countries. But again, this is where we are, this is our asset, and the smallholder farmers is it. Since our inception, we have engaged in a rather direct manner over 150,000 smallholder farmers. And in engaging these farmers, we have also indirectly engaged an additional 500,000 value chain players. And this has been quite insightful for us. We've been nearly a decade or so of this robust engagement. And what we have come to see is that unless we get a hold of the ecosystem, then we may not be able to go as fast as we want to. We've spoken about capacity issues. Capacity issues have been resolved. And so the big factor on the table is no longer capacity. And so we talk about risk, right? The unstructured, all of those conventional challenges that we have had. The farmer is unstructured, he's a smallholder, his land holding is. What we have come to understand is if there is a co-ownership of the risk, then there will be a co-sharing of the prosperity that comes from the potentials. And what we then did was to enter into partnerships with value chain players that are willing to share the risks that have been so clearly identified in the smallholder segment. And that is the reason why with the partnerships we have had, with the institution like the IFC, who have deployed their risk-sharing facility, we are able to then take off about 50% of whatever it is that you can call the risk of lending to the smallholder farmers. Yes, we look for another very important partner, not just the risk-sharing provider. We tend to look for an anchor that has perfected the capability of engaging the smallholder farmers in a very direct manner. And so with the likes of Babangona, I hope that we get Kola to come online soon so that that story can be a lot more expressive. We have had to work with him to engage tens of thousands of farmers in his ecosystem to ensure that they have access to the kind of funding that they need. And talking about the kind of funding, we also realize that the value chain, the predominant value chain segment that the smallholders value chain player applies is primary production. And when you talk about the margin that comes to him, it is clear. We also understand that for us to be able to move faster, we must go digital. I think it was one of the distinguished speakers that spoke about the fact that you cannot directly as a bank engage the smallholder farmer, and so you need to leverage digitization. And so we have a very strategic but fast and accurate manner. We're able to onboard the farmers, and we're able to capture their biometric small. And then when it comes to payments and collections, that platform has that flexibility. Credit scoring, again, we have another partner who is an expert at developing credit scoring algorithm. So all of these are just to ensure that we have a very efficient digital platform that can engage millions of farmers in record time. And that is the reason why for us in Starling, the story is that upon the engagement and the full rollout of this particular platform, the risk-sharing facility gathering, or should I say safeguarding everything, we hope in the next 4 years to be able to onboard, in the next 7 years, to be able to onboard 4 million smallholder farmers. So it's a story that is unveiling, it's a story that we are implementing, and I believe that by the next edition of ASA, or probably some other opportune moment, you will be able to get to hear about our success story with the smallholder farmers.
Thank you so much. Technical team, do we have Mr. Marsha back online? All right. It seems the technical challenges are proving difficult to surmount. So in the interest of time, maybe we'll go to Q&A. I have a question from an online participant. Maybe I will start with that, and then somebody can help with the microphone around the room. So this question is for you, Mr. Bountiful, and it's from Mariam Abdullahi. She's saying, for those that are willing to go into farming and do not have the power, in this I am extrapolating for her, power would mean knowledge and financial muscle to start. What advice and encouragement would you give them? And I think I would extend that same question to Mr. Uka of Thrive Agric as well.
Okay, for power, as you put it, knowledge and finance, I think that in this case, I would give Sterling their flowers. Platforms like these are very important for knowledge. I've said this in a lot of places, I'm going to say it again. A conference like this was what changed the structure of our business. That conference was hosted by Sterling One Foundation, the Africa Social Impact Summit by Mrs. Peju's team. I think we should put our hands together for Mrs. Peju, please. And as a young business person, burning to see how we can build a business that will stand, grow, scale, outlive us, we were putting our heads down to learn what the big boys are doing and how we can do that. So they need to leverage platforms like this, Mariam. you need to grow relationships. We don't talk about this a lot. Stakeholder management is a component of sustainability, and I think it's one of the most important part of that. You meet people, those people operate businesses, those people are champions of industries, those people are looking for minds that can add value to their work. You connect with those people, you share your ideas, you grow, you invest time in research, because it does pays off. The long hours pays off. Elon Musk is famous for saying, any task you want to accomplish is circumspect to the number of hours that you give to that task. So if I say I want to achieve this in a reasonable time-bound specific period, and I work towards it, I should be able to achieve that. So if I'm researching for a purpose on how to come into agriculture, the more hours I spend, the more knowledge I grow and develop. And then lastly, find yourself in strategic bodies, cooperatives, BMOs, business membership organizations, cohorts, fellowship. Put yourselves in those kinds of bodies, in those kinds of associations, because they are very important in catalyzing growth, building your network, giving you the in-depth knowledge that you need, as well as wealth of experience, because you're meeting people who have been there before you. Thank you very much.
So, Mr. Oka, please, you permit me to just skip you. I think we finally sorted out the connectivity issues, and we have Mr. Masha online. We are just about rounding up, but I think the audience will be gracious enough to give you a bit of time to tell us about your journey and any parting words before we go back to Q&A. Over to you, Mr. Masha. Thank you.
I hope you can hear me okay. Right. You hear me right? Right.
Clear, loud and clear.
Excellent. Well, my friends, let's imagine Africa where smallholder farmers are really not just surviving, but thriving. An Africa where they are the backbone of a trillion-dollar agricultural industry, feeding nations and fueling explosive economic growth. Really, today, that vision is trapped. Africa's vast agricultural potential is really locked away by its fewer, a broken value chain, stifles growth, and limit wealth creation across the continent. What if there were a scalable solution that transforms farming into a thriving, low-risk, and return business? My friends, there is. And Babangula, in partnership with our many partners like Sterling Bank and IFC, we spent a decade and a half cracking this code. And the results, the proof is in the mind. We have deployed over $250 billion with an unprecedented default rate of less than 1%. We have scaled to become the single largest milk producing entity in all of Africa, supporting cumulatively over 500,000 farmers. Crucially, we have the technology to make this exceptionally simple and easy for agri-processors and banks to simply and easily replicate our successful model. Our agri-finance as a service platform is a white label technology we empower agri-processor clients or banks to replicate our successful model. It is the engine that makes the entire ecosystem replicable. With Africa's largest dedicated tech team for smallholder farmers, 80 people strong, including over 56 software engineers, ready to support agri-processor clients or banks who are their own member farmer ecosystem. This means creating a small, dedicated team or support with organized farmers who will supply these agri-processors directly. For you, this is the whole there. A low-cost, high-quality agri supply chain, securing discounts of up to 10% below the market without the volatility you face. In closing, put that in perspective. If Nigeria farmers were alone adopted the Babangula model on just 7% of nation's arable land, it would catapult there to become the fourth largest milk producer in the world. This isn't theory. Proven it's possible. It's instrument. And this is why we are here today with our partner Sterling and our partner at IFC. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that. So, Q&A, any questions from the audience, please? Please, go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. Good evening,
I'm sorry,
everyone.
please. When you're making a comment or asking a question, please state your name, your organization, and who amongst the panel you would like to answer the question. And please, so that we give others the opportunity to ask, keep it crisp. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Ruth Ishaya from Plan International, Nigeria. So my question, apologies, I don't know the name of all the panelists, but I think my question is, it cut across regarding the smallholders farmer. So in a region affected by conflict and displacement, how can young people, especially smallholder farmers, have access to safe and productive land without worsening the tension between farmers, herders, and community? Thank you, and over.
Anybody?
Well, thank you for the question. Very, very practical and important question. I think, first of all, there are many things when doing business to manage. Again, manage what you can control and stay away from the things you can't control. Right? And what that means in practice is it is important to make an educated decision as to the regions where you want to operate. During one of the sessions, it was said that we have quite a number of regions where for the arable lands, right? And then for us, we look at the history of some of these regions where we see incidences happen, and we try to prioritize on regions that do not have this history. And I think that that is the key to always work with, right? And beyond that, there are also practical things to do when working with farmers. It's important to put farmers in cooperative, right? Working with the community is very, very important. Do not dissociate your business away from the communities where you are working with, because agriculture, as much as a business, it's a community engagement work, right? And once it's done outside of the cluster community focus arrangements, then you see many of these activities happen, right? But then when the focus is within this region, we want to be able to leverage a community focused approach. We want to be able to grow a community. Then you notice that you are empowering them, you are empowering all of the actors, and everybody's happy, and then you are happy, right? So two things I mentioned just to wrap that up. One, it's important to know the regions where, for instance,
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Uka. Thank you, Mr. Marshall, for your contributions. I saw a couple of hands up in the room. Please, madam, you have the mic. And then after, yeah.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Balkis, the team lead for Green Republic Farms. And my question is to the IFC boss. I like how you presented the case from Senegal. I'm a farmer by profession, like I put my hand in the soil, right? And when high-level panels like this come together, you give us report of the work that you're doing on ground without really is actually improving their living standard, is actually ensuring that their children have access to education, healthcare, and whatnot. So my question is, what exactly is the right metric to use to evaluate this impact whenever they are channeled to rural or hard-to-reach community, especially farmers. I won't say smallholder farmers because farmer is farmer. Regardless of how small, we are still the one cultivating the food that everybody is eating. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this is a very important question that also believe that leaving our partners here, how much we invest in a sector, but it's the impact that our investment, no matter how small, has on the lives of the smallholder farmers. The reason why we are emphasizing, the partnership with players like Agtex, Maguna, Agric, and so on, is the fact that concretely reaching the lowest level of the chain, which is the farm, in a way that it is having an impact on the yield, is how we measure our impact. How many youth
and the outcomes we're looking for. I'm from the north of Nigeria, and in the course of my career, I've had the privilege of traveling to the most remote parts of the country. And unfortunately, the takeoff point for the person in the community is so low. Even us in the cities, we are more or less our own government. You provide your security, you provide your borehole, you provide your generator, you provide education, you provide lesson teacher, you go to private health. And it's still difficult for you. So whatever you do to improve the lot of the smallholder farmer, the cards are somewhat stacked against them. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try. It means we just keep trying, and hopefully we may be able to crack the nut and build that momentum where we get some sort of sustainability in the system, and then we can lift the community out of poverty. So this is my response to you. Thank you.
You mentioned blended finance as one of the ways you try to empower and support smallholder farmers. So my question now is, how tailored is this approach to the various players within the agricultural value chain? And I'm asking because I do believe that the problems that a primary producer faces and how that finance will support them will be different in how a food processor, for instance, will get that finance and how it's going to support them. So I want to understand how you tailor your concessionary financing with your blended financing, and in what measures you kind of make sure that you accept or you focus on the various players and how uniquely the financing is supposed to solve the problems that they face.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's a very straight one. We have the various segments in the value chain: the primary producers, the processors, those in charge of farm machinery and equipment, storage facilities, right down to commodities trade. And I agree absolutely that the challenges they face when it comes to their cash flows are kind of different. For those that are here, I know that it would just be overstating the fact that their margins are lean. And because of these lean margins, whatever it is that other segments of the business, especially of the value chain, can take, does not mean that those low-income farmers can. So what we have tried to do is to identify partners that have values that are commonly denominated with these value chain players. For example, we speak to development or impact partners when it comes to the issues around primary production, knowing fully well that their margins are very lean, and if you must blend financing for them, it definitely has to come within the precinct of, should I say, units. I'm trying to avoid the word single digits because I think the realities that are upon us now speak a different narrative. but within a particular limit or margin that will ensure that they come into profitability. Now, that does not mean that the other segment players, primary processors, for example, let's say the, the tender millers, right? And some of these other value chain players, that does not mean that they also do not need affordable financing. And I think that is the name. We also look for partners that ensure that these are done. Now, a little beyond blending, we spoke so much to risk sharing. Credit risk guarantees or risk sharing facilities have a way of impacting on pricing. And if we're able to then get the right insurance, the right risk sharing facility or guarantees, then the risks that have thrown up these prices would have been sufficiently reined in. And so we're able to then give it to them. Today in our books, because I need to tell that story, the primary producers have had a very good day, and that's because we have found development partners that could give us funds. Some of them nearly a non-lending thing, right? That could enable us to lend at highly concessionary rates. While we have some that have their, like the ATIF, that have their focus on inputs and commodities, who also have brought in funds that have been able to allow input suppliers or value chain players in that space to be able to access funding at some rates that you can at best deemed affordable. So we actually look for the right kind of partners who have the right kind of funds to be able to blend for the right kind of market. Thank you.
Yes, Sekongo, you want to go?
Yeah, just to quickly add on that,
anybody that is in providing financing, so we'll start from bankers and anybody that can respond to it, that's funding farming, basically.
Okay, so maybe I will start as a DFI. So I get this question a lot in different formats, in different contexts. This could be agri, this could be manufacturing, this could be energy. So DFIs are not really set up to fund everything in a country. That is the fact. So I'm not bashing a country, I'm not bashing a government, but how it works is, at a smaller scale, the government should be able to play in those areas because of the developmental impact. It's not necessarily commercially viable for a financial institution to play in that sort of space. So that is generally a space for government. Then you have the next tier of people who are attractive to commercial institutions. Then you go a step further, and then you have national, local DFIs that may be able to work together with commercial institutions to help those sort of people. Then you have people, DFIs, who will come in to help catalyze funding, maybe due to issues of risk, due to issues of single obligor limit, due to the risk of a financial system taking a credit exposure or one particular individual. So there are plenty roles for everybody to play in. But what is apparent in Nigeria is, just like you said, that missing middle is not served. And where it is served, the credit available is not sufficient for everybody to go down. So in terms of scale, you heard the numbers: 80% global food production, smallholder farmers, 30 to 35% of the agri-workforce farming is in smallholder farmers. So we're trying to design products that will actually go to the last mile, which is why you tend to hear that. But once you go to the larger scale players, the Olams, the John Vents, the Dangotes of the world, you see that they are able to meet their financing requirements. So like I said, it's not to bash government, but maybe this is why some sort of reform may be needed. And we're beginning to see that with the government trying to recapitalize the Bank of Agriculture. I think maybe they've noticed that and they've taken that feedback on board, and they're trying to design and repurpose the Bank of Agriculture to be able to serve that middle. I don't know if anybody wants to add on to what I've said.
Yeah, maybe quickly. I think you're right. We've been pinpointing on smallholder farmers not to underestimate the middle part of it. You know, if we are establishing that we're taking an ecosystem approach, we need to recognize that these MSMEs or MSMEs are very important, because they are the ones providing inputs, providing agronomic support, providing mechanization in between, processing, and so on. At IFC, we have a framework, you know, that includes all of these. We have established platforms, you know, small loan guarantee platforms that is really targeted at the small and medium enterprises in various sectors, you know, that enable our partner financial institutions to take more risk on these segments. So when we think about agri-finance and smallholder farmer financing, we cannot overlook this very important segment that provide services to the smallholder farmers. We believe that where the pain is much felt is really at the bottom, you know, and the discussion we are having here is how do we channel financing? It means it goes from the top to the down, through the middle part, reaching the base, you know, the base around which all this ecosystem is built. But this is to say that there are platforms, there are existing solutions enabling our partner financial institutions to take more risk. And aside, you have advisory services. Of course, everything is not rosy. There's still a lot of effort to be done to structure, to enable these you know, segment to be bankable. That's where also advisory service come in, and IFC has developed an entire SME advisory proposition with a direct form of intervention or indirect, you know, whereby we provide capacity building to these MSMEs, whereby we plug them into existing ecosystem to benefit from the financing and the value that is derived from these ecosystems. So you are very much right, and solutions need to integrate also the middle part of the value chain in order for it to be sustainable.
So, wow, please let her go, but I think after I will just take 3 more questions and then we're done. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. Okay, my name is Chiko Didanitambanu. I'm a lawyer, and I am also a farmer. I love agriculture. Now, we're talking about financing and interventions for agricultural progress, but by way of concern, I have looked at the way the real estates and agriculture is having like a loggerhead. Because we have to understand that no matter how we provide finance, no matter how we help farmers, we are not going to farm in the space. So I'm trying to ask, what is the concern of the government on how, you know, I believe that here we can bring out this type of issue, how farmers are secured, how lands are secured for agricultural activities. Talking about the fact that in our traditional African setting, we all knew that a man will be in his house and have a farm by his side. But right now, real estate, buildings, construction is taking over almost every plot of land we have. And there is no concern being raised about that. Most lands have been allocated for residentials, for commercials, but I have not seen allocating specific plots or areas for
core agricultural purposes. So please, I want to bring it to this place to us to also look into it, because no matter how we provide funds, fertilizers for farmers, they are not going to farm in the space. Also, I also want to ask, is it possible for us to discuss that even the government will have a stake in farming? Because there are some times that food products are so costly to the extent that if government had their own farms, if there are public farms, there could be a way of price regulation by the government. We all knew there was a time you cannot get an onion for 100 naira, and even if you get it, will look so pathetic. So I'm also trying to propose, by way of proposal, if it is possible for government of our country or even within Africa to look into farming in order to take that front row in regulating food prices. Because when they are the major producers, or even though they are the medium producers, they will have a way to organize things, regulate prices, and try to make things work. Now finally, there's a comment somebody made here about the northerners when they get interventions and their lives do not reflect it. I want to add, the panelists have given their perfect answers, but I want to add that another way of getting these interventions reflecting their life is by giving them orientation and enlightenment, financial education. Because no matter how you give funds to somebody and the person does not know how to improve his or her life and how to invest those monies, it will never reflect. So mine is by way of comment, question, and concern. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam, for your very insightful questions. Unfortunately, there's no government official here, but I'm sure the organizers will put it down in the communique. Just to answer your question, you know, real estate versus farming is a trade-off. Would you get a plot of land in Maitama and turn it into a farm? Will you get a plot of land on Banana Island and turn it into a farm? There are areas that are carved out for farming, but they are not in the urban centers. So maybe that is my only comment to that. And then in terms of financial literacy and psychosocial support and life skills to smallholder farmers, is there anybody that can speak about it on the panel, or is something to be noted as a comment?
Okay, so just to respond to that very quickly, as something that has been said as a common denominator in working with farmers, before finances are available to the farmer, education is important. It's just the same way for financial inclusion and the way it's gradually being widespread. Before that is done, there's a level of financial intelligence. So one of the work that many of us on this platform and we do at Tribe Agric is to make sure that we avail the education to the farmers, right? The kind of crops that is best fit for the locality that they are farming in, the right practices, and who to sell it best to, how to be able to control post-harvest losses. So, and I think that before a farmer is onboarded, every unit's locations, they must have that education. They should have that education. And it's also important that to also throw away the knowledge that many farmers don't have the requisite information. Many of them do, but it's important if you're going to increase their yield, increase their performance and productivity, then there's a lot to be bringing in new technology, more efficient way to utilize resources. And I guess that's the education enough for them to grow.
Questions?
Okay, we're going to take two ladies, and after that we're done. To my auntie and my sister, please, can we make it concise? We have a senior citizen who is a farmer here.
So good evening all. My name is Hajia Rabi Kabiru, CEO Resource Nigeria Limited from Kaduna State. I'm a farmer, tomato farmer, and in additional grain aggregator. What happened this year is very important to all of us to notice about it. Farmers are crying. What makes them cry is buyers, the suppliers, when they came to buy our commodity, they will give us farm gate price, or they will give us market price. A farmer now knows the value of MIP, the most impactful practices. We have already told them about that. So why a supplier can give market price? How can we supply the commodity to their destination? It is what is our complaint on behalf of smallholder farmers.
Thank you. So, hold on, sir. Can we take it back to back? Madam, can I take yours? Can we note the question, please? Can I take you? Please, short, please.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Grace Raphael. I'm the founder of Just Strawberries and Greens. So my question is directed to the lady. Okay, you mentioned post-harvest loss, how to cope it, and I heard you mention the cooling systems you have in place. So we have had issues with post-harvest losses. We offtake, I'm an aggregate, so we offtake strawberries, tomatoes from a lot of farmers from Jos. So I wanted to understand how you operate, where you operate, and do you provide, are your services available to agri businesses like ours?
So please, there's just this gentleman here, he's been very patient, just the one in front, and he's the last one.
All right, sir.
Thank you very much. I wanted to, how I wish I would have been here from the beginning. Meanwhile, my name is Engineer Bob Robert. I represent National PLC, and the issue of financing for agriculture. I wanted to just drop this thing here. I'm just coming back from Leventis Foundation, access to finance for youth. And the same question I faced there, I'll bring it here. All the people are talking about agriculture and finance. I will tell you that the commercial banks are limited. From the policy angle, in Nigeria today, there is the DCRR, I think 50%. There is the liquidity ratio, I think 25 or 30%. Then we are left with 20% or 25%. Then there is opportunity cost of money. So where do you invest? Agriculture of 6 months or marketing of 45 days LPO? So we have this challenge. Now, where is my question going? As we are talking, Federal Ministry of Agriculture, we've been like 2 months now trying to design frameworks for financing agriculture, especially rice and other key commodities. We have been going around. Even the commercial banks don't want to join us. Yeah, I'll say it. The commercial banks don't want to join us because we only have one guy on the team now from Union Bank. I will invite commercial banks to come in because this is agriculture. Security of a nation depends on its capability to feed its nation, its citizens. So we have to come up with a framework that will finance Nigerian agriculture, whatever we will do. Now, smallholder, large scale, and medium scale. I just answered it in the first one. You have 20% in your bank, where do you take it to? I would rather take it to the big guy. And that's why Babangona comes in. Everybody is talking about Babangona because he provides large scale and then takes the risk. Abi? But the question is, how many Babangonas do we have in Nigeria? We don't even have 3 of them or 4. That's the truth. We don't have even 3 or 2. So please, my plea here is, let us look at this financing issue holistically and let's meet together. I represent a risk-sharing institution. We are ready to support. Just like IFC is bringing in risk-sharing, I don't know how much they are bringing on the table, but I think we need to build portfolios in risk-sharing as in insurance, where you have insurance and reinsurance and reinsurance. So we need to build stages of this risk-sharing so that we can help these commercial banks to invest in agriculture, please. That's my own. It's not that a question to somebody else alone. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much. Thank you for that contribution. So maybe I will hand over to the respective panelists to answer, and then maybe as they answer, they could just give us like maybe 30 seconds of their parting comment and what their wish would be. So I will start. Regarding your request for agricultural financing, I think this is something IFC can have a conversation with you to see how we can help you develop some sort of framework and governance criteria, because I think that may be some of the reluctance that other commercial entities are willing to engage with you on. So the first question from Hajia had to do with fair pricing. I'm going to hand it over to Bountiful to respond, and then you give us your 30 seconds. Then the second one had to do with cold chain. Then you answer and give us your 30 seconds, and then we work our way down. You, and everybody give us 30 seconds. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mohammed. So, Hajar, you brought up the issue of fair pricing, and like Mohammed mentioned earlier, really for the smallholder, the cards are stacked, against you. And I just want to say that it is very important that smallholders become part of the body, become part of a cooperative, most preferably. That way, market linkages are easier and is way more profitable for you as a smallholder. So what we do at Alana is to come at your level as small farmers, discuss with you, support you, and take you to the market. What that does for you is that you are not in the negotiation room, right? So nobody is negotiating against you. I'm negotiating profitability for us as a business first, and then for my farmers, because I know that for us as a business, for us to be financially sustainable, you as our farmers need to also make profit. So I am more in a position of strength to get better negotiations for you, better off-takers, and the right market prices. In some cases, premium, if you are able to meet up with the standards that are required by our buyers. So it's very important that you clusterize and come in a cooperative form. And by way of closing, I just want to say what our agriculture needs today is a food systems transformation with a systemic change. The ecosystem needs to tie together where the financing partners are sitting, with Alana Green as the service providing business, with the cooperative as the most important part of that discussion, and with the end user, in this case, the processing company or the buyer, who's going to take off that goods and some value addition. And we're also advocating for, we're also advocating for, official development aid, which is not really there today, or concessionary financing, to shift its impact across different parts of the value chain. We've had enough of production. We don't want to say we want to stop producing, but impact doesn't stop there. The lady spoke about northern farmers not being able to see the benefits of development. It's because somehow the sustainability of those interventions are in question, because production is not where it ends. If they have some small level of value addition facility at the last mile where they are able to add some value to the goods that they are locally producing, that's sustainability for their business, which means they have an infrastructure that makes them go back to the land each and every year. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I'm glad you mentioned Plateau as your base for your business. So currently in Plateau, like I said, we have a partnership and collaboration. So there is a storage involved for cooling as a service. Then our cold truck comes every week. So there's a platform where you subscribe. So I don't know the quantity of your strawberry. So for every stage of your production, so there are different models you can use. If it's in large quantity, you can use the truck. Smaller quantity, we have our cooler bags, which that works as a mobile fridge for you with the help of our phase change cooling technology, which is our ice pack. So I don't know what your tonnage is, so you can subscribe to the platform. Yes, we can help you if that is the question. Yes, we have a solution to that particular problem. And then for my 30 seconds, everybody has said mechanization, access to finance. I think the most important thing, like I said yesterday, is sensitization. Yes, the money is on the table. You are able to finance this person, but have you been able to sensitize that person how to use that phone appropriately? For example, adoption of plastic crates. They still believe that Raphael basket is going to transport a lot, and they will get more money. But let me tell you something, like I said earlier, you are still going to have that loss. So let's start with sensitization. I think that's my takeaway from this conversation. Thank you.
All right. Just by way of conclusion on some of the things that have been said, again, is a lot of involvement of multiple stakeholders across the value chain that I would rest my conclusion on. If we look at what has happened for about a decade now, I think 10 years to now, there have been a lot of improvements in people coming into agriculture. Right? A decade before now, I was not in agriculture, but now I am. And I think that that's the story of many people, including some of us in this room. Right? I remember 7 years ago or 8 years ago, some of the forums I go to like this, I see a lot of really older people, right? And sometimes it looks like, is this thing possible? Right? It's difficult to marry possibility to the work that we want to do, right? And the reason why I'm saying this is we have reached a good point. I mean, we are getting there, right? We are not there yet. However, the way we can scale where we want to reach to is by increasing more pictures of possibilities. And what that means is we need to have a lot more platforms like this to showcase people who are doing things that a lot of people can get inspired to do more. I remember in 2016, I and Hamza, who is in this room, we attended an event called Champions for Change. And one of the pictures that was spoken about was somebody who is on this panel today, which is Babangona, right? And I mean, that was a huge inspiration for me. We never got to see until last year, right? But that was a picture that something can be done, right? And then thankfully, there are quite a number of people who are coming into the sector. And then I see things like this, like a Ballon d'Or, if you watch football, right, where celebration is done for people who are doing, no matter how little. That gives, I mean, Nigeria has 70% of youth representation. I mean, we need to increase that representation in a geometric progression. And what that would help, many of the complaints, some things that have not been answered today, some things that are yet to be answered, right, would be answered by the testimonies of inclusion. Right, so I think that that would be, I guess, my 2 cents. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please, 30 seconds, you can see the MC is getting anxious, please. Thank you.
Well, I'm also anxious, thank you. So for us in Sterling, we have heard and we will continue to listen. We will go back to our drawing table to bring on more stakeholders that can help us to curate innovative models that can engage the entire gamut of the market. Micro, I think there was a period when nano emerged. Nano, micro, small, medium, large, corporate. This is a commitment we are leaving on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm becoming food insecure, so I will also become very short. So yes, the challenges are multifaceted, they are enormous, but the opportunities are there. I think let's support what works. Let's try to replicate what works. Agritech is showing or proving to be a promising pathway. Let's try to support existing structures, build and incubate new ideas. Decisions we take today will impact tomorrow's future. If we had started 20 years ago building babagunas, we have many today. So as leaders, we want also to join this effort, especially in Nigeria, where we see huge potential. The number of architects we see in Nigeria, the potential, the level of maturity, we don't see it in other markets. So we have to stand on these promising grounds and continue to support the existing structures. The World Bank Group is committed. IFC is committed. The momentum has never been at this level as it is now. We have foot on the ground. We are doubling the resources in terms of human resource that we put on the ground, and we are working closer with our financial institution partner, but we are also going down the ground to work with partners like Agric, also parallel to Bamaguna, trying to support these structures. We've done it in Morocco. We've built, a greenfield Agric, which was able to finance smallholder farmers with 100% repayment. From scratch, it is possible, it works, and we want to scale that in Nigeria in partnership with our existing and future partners, and we thank you for the opportunity. Thanks a lot.
So thank you so much. Thank you to our incredible panelists for sharing your experiences, your insights. Your work is truly inspirational and is making a difference in the lives of smallholder farmers. And a huge thank you to our audience. I think this has been the most engaging panel I've been on today, so maybe we all owe ourselves a round of applause. Thank you. I'm looking forward to more successful events. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much. Can we give our moderator and our panelists a round of applause? So quickly, we're going to take pictures. Our royal father will join us. This particular discourse was powered by International Finance Corporation, a World Bank Group. Please, can we give them a round of applause? I beg of you. I'm told that lunch is set, and we will be rounding off any moment from now once our royal father speaks to us to do the presentation of the gifts box. I'd like to invite a seasoned banking professional with over 20 years experience spanning retail, commercial, corporate banking, trade finance, fund management, and special projects. Began his banking career in 1998 as a team member, Management Information System team at Access Bank, formerly Intercontinental Bank PLC. He later transitioned to Corporate Banking Group. Please welcome with me the Acting Divisional Head, Corporate and Investment Banking, Mr. Kashi Lawal. Thank you so much, sir. All right, just before we leave, allow us to take blessings from the Royal Father of the day, His Royal Highness Dr. Muhammadu Barkindo Aliyu Mustafa, CFR, who is ably represented here by the Dojima Adamawa Alhaji Musa Alilu Ahmed, OFR, the chairman, Tilt Group of Companies. Please, can we make that applause a reverberating one, please?
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Musa Halilu Ahmed, OFR. I'm the Dujuma of Adamawa and Chairman Tilt Group of Companies. I stand here before you to represent my royal father, the Lamido of Adamawa, Lamido Fombina, Alhaji Dr. Barkindo Aliyu Mustafa, PhD, CFR, Chairman, Council of Traditional Rural Chiefs, Adamawa State, and Global Patron of Capital Pulaku International. Permit me to stand on the well-existing protocol. The organizers of Agric Summit Africa 2025, distinguished panelists, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings and felicitations from the Far East, Northern Nigeria, from a revered traditional ruler, Lamido of Adamawa. He wishes to express his gratitude to the organizers of this great gathering, and also to pledge his commitment and loyalty to the development of agriculture in Nigeria and Africa at large. He urged me to remind all of us that the future of this continent depends on how we nurture our land that sustains us. Agriculture remains the heartbeat of our economy and the foundation of our communities, especially in rural areas, where tradition and livelihood are deeply rooted in soil. His Royal Highness commend the organizers for creating this platform that unite our leaders, innovators, our esteemed farmers to shape a sustainable and inclusive agricultural future for Nigeria and Africa. On behalf of His Royal Highness the Lamido of Adamawa, Alhaji Dr. Barkindo Aliyu Mustafa, I want to extend his prayer for successful deliberations, and he hopes at the end of this summit we will prefer solutions that will strengthen agriculture and food security in Nigeria and Africa at large. Thank you, and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please can we give our royal father a big round of applause. A father and a father indeed. It is still the Agriculture Summit Africa 2025, ASA 2025. Just before we round off for the next about 30 seconds, allow me to invite my boss once again, Dr. Shola, to please join me here to say thank you to all of you.
All right, I stand on the existing protocols. I want to say a very big thank you on behalf of the board and management of Sterling Bank Limited. I think it has been a very robust and invigorating session that we have had. The various contributions that came in today were as insightful and as actionable as we are going to make them. Particular appreciation goes to the Honorable Minister of Livestock in absentia, the representative of the Executive Governor of Yobe State, who had also been here on behalf of the Governor, every other senior government official that time will not allow me to mention, and of course, partners, highly esteemed partners, both financial and technical partners, and our distinguished panelists, and of course, the highly esteemed delegates. We want to say a very big thank you for all of the insights that we have today. Today is the first part of it. Tomorrow, we shall be having a couple of events. Concurrently, we'll be having the deal room. At 8:30, we will all be back in this hall to continue the conversation around the survival of the greenest, reclaiming Africa's food destiny. We want to ask that we show up on good time because we are mindful of tomorrow being Friday and the Jumat. And so we have designed tomorrow's events to be as pristine as it can be so that we can all get to be on our ways. But for today, we want to say a very big thank you. Please, if you're a VIP, check your mail. There's a message for you. And I think as we close, there are some refreshments that have been prepared and packaged as we go. Please, the closing from this hall is not the closing of the event. We look forward to networking session as soon as this is over. Again, on behalf of the management of Sterling Bank Limited, we say a very big thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of day one of the Agriculture Summit Africa. We say a very big thank you for coming. Tomorrow is day two. Promises to be more informative, promises to be more insightful, and promises to be more, engaging. And as Malga said, tomorrow the deal room will be open. Who knows? We might hit $200 million tomorrow. Thank you once again. For those VIP, those are registered VIP, please, I implore you once again, check your emails. We've sent you an email, we've sent you an information. Please, we're ready to act accordingly. And to the rest of us that are here, I crave your indulgence. Please do go to the fountain area and get a gift. There is a phone that is missing. I have the phone with me, and there is an ATM card attached to it. If you are Hadiza Mohammed, please come to me. I have your phone and an ATM card. Hadiza Mohammed, if you're looking for your phone, it's with me with your ATM card.
Decisions are made every day, decisions that shape our economies, communities, and futures. At Berib Africa, we ground those decisions on evidence. We collect data, conduct research, and deliver insights that move ideas from concept to action for lasting impact. Our work cuts across sectors, empowering governments, organizations, and private institutions with the intelligence to not just react.
Hadiza Mohammed, please, I have your phone and ATM card with me. If you are Hadiza Mohammed, please come to me. I have your ATM card and also your phone. You misplaced it. Someone picked it up and brought it to me a few minutes ago.
Berib Africa, shaping Africa's future through data, research, and insight. Visit www.beribafrica.com to explore more.
To help farmers get paid more and faster, MasterCard created Community Pass, a digital platform that brings agri-sector stakeholders from the demand and supply side together into one agricultural marketplace. In Uganda, the Chibinge Farmer Cooperative Society joined Community Pass in 2022. By digitizing agricultural flows in Community Pass, the Chibinge Cooperative has been able to keep up with demand for agro-inputs, and farmers have received the inputs they need more quickly and at a lower cost.
Community Pass has given me the opportunity to buy quality seeds and fertilizers to grow higher quality crops. With Community Pass and Chibinge's involvement, my coffee harvest and yields have improved every year.